recent head-to-head history with Calabar. What's the approach to flipping that narrative this afternoon?
We're not looking at the history, we're looking at what is in front of us, which is a place in the semi-final, and definitely we have to put our right foot forward today, and that is what we're focused on.
Thank you, Coach. All the best for today.
Yeah, man, you're welcome.
Coach Jeremy Miller. Coach, your attack has been explosive this season, including wins like 12-0, 8-1. Well, as in long time ago, but you guys have been doing very well. How confident are you that the forward line can break through St. Andrew Technical today?
Well, I'm confident. We kind of had a breakdown, a lapse the last game, and for the first time we're unable to score. So we expect to bounce back today and hopefully convert our chances.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because after that loss to Vauxhall, what key adjustments were made to ensure better execution in the final third today?
Just hitting the training pitch, repetition. That was a game that we actually played well. We dominated from start to finish, and we just gave away one chance. So we have to tighten up at the back, and as I said, convert our chances when we get them.
Calabar has the spirit of never say die, and historically Calabar leads this matchup 3-1. How do you keep your players focused on performance rather than past results?
Well, the past has nothing to do with today right now. Today we just have to focus on what's in front of us, and that's to get these 3 points so we can put ourselves in a good position to advance to the semi-finals.
All the best today, Coach.
Thanks.
It is blazing hot here at Stadium East, and that is what the football promises to be. You've heard it from both head coaches, and now it's time to go to our commentary team of Lyle Anthony and Jordan Fort. See you at halftime.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Janae Robinson setting the stage for what we are about to see. This is the Issa Manning Cup. This is the quarterfinal round. St. Andrew Technical taking on Calabar High at Stadium East Field. I'm Jordan Fort, and with me Lyle Anthony Golding, and we will be taking you through the 90 minutes plus of what we hope to be will be pure excitement in this Issa Manning Cup doubleheader. Of course, at 4:15 we are going to be seeing the feature game of our doubleheader. We'll be telling you more about that in a little while, but Janae gave us a little bit of a teaser about the history of both teams, the recent results, and what we are likely to see. Both teams coming off losses in their opening game in the quarterfinal round, and here we are in terms of the standings. In terms of Zone A, Charlie Smith and Jamaica College winning their opening games, beating Excelsior and Hydel. So Hydel and Excelsior with some work to do in Zone A there, and we will be having one of those games a little later on. But Zone B now, Eltham, Vauxhall, Calabar, Stats. This is the group that we're doing now, of course, and Eltham and Vauxhall having won their opening games. Eltham beating Stats in their opening game, and Vauxhall beating Calabar in their opening game. It means that it's not necessarily a must win for Calabar and Stats, but it's a must not lose. And if you draw this game, that is if you're Calabar and Stats, then you're dependent on what Eltham and Vauxhall do to see if your hopes remain alive for the semi-finals after this. So that's the picture in Zone B. Lyle Anthony Golding, what should we be expecting from this contest?
Well, thank you, Jordan, and good afternoon, everyone. I think that we're expecting a very, very interesting game. It's two teams, as you said. It's not necessarily a must-win, but cannot afford to lose this game because a loss is pretty much damning in this quarterfinals and could see you go out. But Calabar, a team that I've seen a couple of times this season, a very tactically versatile team. I love watching them go forward. They're very well coached under Jeremy Miller, and I've also seen Stats one time this season, and they're also a very good team, but they've lost a bit of their goal scoring touch recently. They averaged a boatload of goals in the first round, but since then only scoring 3 goals in 4 games since the knockout round started. So they have to try and refine a bit of their goal scoring touch, but definitely I think that we'll see a good tactical battle and two teams that can defend well on their day. So I expect that we're going to have some intriguing contest before us this afternoon.
And we certainly hope so. The referee, Karen Wilson, he's assisted by Keone Denton and Rickton Archer today. The fourth official is Kessler Anderson, as we see the teams lining up now to do the customary handshakes before they get the game started. Yeah, we do hope that this is an enthralling contest. As we said, Vauxhall getting the better of Calabar 1-0 in the opening match day of the quarterfinal round. And I think the big surprise for me, Lyle, is that Stats went down 4-1 to Eltham in their opening game in this round. Stats, we've seen them, we've had games with them right here as part of our live and exclusive coverage on CVM TV, and they generally look a solid, sound, organized unit, and especially defensively, they don't let a lot of things go. And so I was surprised that they conceded 4 goals in their game against Eltham High.
Yeah, indeed, and I think it was a massive statement sent by Eltham to the rest of schoolboy football and the rest of the contenders. Obviously, referees confirmed there. I mean, Coach Williams said after the Excelsior win that their tradition is being a very good team off the ball. So it was certainly, as you said, very surprising that they let in 4 goals. I think it's more of an exception to the norm when it comes to this stats team. It was a very, very exceptional performance by Eltham, but I do suspect that we're going to see typical stats this afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the starting lineups. Here is St Andrew Technical in goal: Jaheen Gray, Kevon Clark, Mark Watson, Keano Levy, Kenardo Gordon, Kevin Hall, Stephen John Beckford, Terrain Hall, Shankino Grant, one of the danger men, Justin Johnson, and Marvin Henry. Their head coach, of course, is Philip Williams. Here we are with the lineup for Calabar High. In goal is Kenar Miller, and then they've got Jaheim Rankin, Francesco Reed, Kevon Campbell, Kimani Thompson, Daniel Dawkins, O'Brien Marks, one of the marksmen for Calabar High, if I can play on words, Keshawn Palmer, Peyton Larmond, Davian Smith, and Dejon Martin. Head coach Jeremy Miller. Yeah, so those are the starting lineups. O'Brien Marks has been earmarked, sorry, pardon the pun again, Lyle, but as the player to watch in this one as it relates to the Calabar perspective. The 18-year-old wears the number 14 on his jersey. 4th Manning Cup season, plays of course in the middle of the park, and from 14 games this season has scored 7 goals. So he is the player to watch from Calabar. And as it relates to St Andrew Technical, the man who's been pinpointed as a player to watch, none other than their number 7, Kevin Hall. The 18-year-old, 4 Manning Cup seasons, and of course he plays in the forward position. Out of 13 games, he's so far scored 5 goals and assisted 6. So referee Karen Wilson just getting ready to get the contest started. It's a 2 p.m. kickoff. See him checking his watch. We're just about at 2 o'clock exactly. And so the referee just ensuring that everything is fully set, conferring with his 4th official, his assistants as well. And that's kickoff between Calabar and St Andrew Technical. It's match day 2 in the quarterfinal round, Issa Manning Cup. Maybe just 1 or 2 nerves just now. Calabar, oh, they give it away, and this is an early chance for St Andrew Technical. Ball pass in the box, and a shot comes in now. And then it's deflected out of play. And Stats, they'll be kicking themselves because that was a golden opportunity just at the start of this contest. Calabar giving them an early Christmas gift, and Marvin Henry could not take advantage, Lyle.
Yeah, I mean, it was really lackadaisical play from Calabar as we see this corner kick come in.
Yes, Terrain Hall with the corner kick. Calabar get it away, but Henry was remonstrating with a few teammates, but I think it's himself that he should be upset with as we see Stats come forward again. Ball played in, unmarked in the middle of the box is Terrain Hall, it looks like. Loses out though, and Calabar can breathe again, but wow, within the first 60 seconds of this contest, Calabar living dangerously.
And I mean, you said that Marvin Henry was remonstrating with his teammates, and I don't think he realized quite the opportunity that he had. The pressure from him was fantastic to get Calabar on the back foot from the off, but I mean, tried to look for a pass, but really and truly you have to be taking the shot there if you're Marvin Henry.
You certainly do, as Calabar come forward now, and that one is easily claimed by goalkeeper Jaheim Gray for St Andrew Technical. But in games like these, it sometimes will get very, very tight down the end, and you don't have that many opportunities. You could rue these early chances if you don't take full advantage. I'm going to have a look back at it now as we have a slight stoppage in play. So it's a very slight defending by Calabar, and that's Marvin Henry who's looking for a teammate, then he looked for the shot. Was it Kevon Campbell of Calabar who
Yeah, it was.
just lapsed in concentration there, Lyle?
Yeah, and he's dropping very deep to help out in progression there, Kevon Campbell, but just looked like he didn't expect Marvin Henry to be on him as quick as he was.
And here's Peyton Larmond now for Calabar coming forward. Eased off it by Keano Levy. The ball goes into touch. It's a goal kick to St. Andrew Technical.
I mean, as we see, head coach of Stats, Philip Williams. But I mean, for Calabar, you haven't kept a clean sheet since the 10th of October against Ascot. And I mean, for them, when I'm looking at Calabar, you really have to look at the schedule, the level of team that they've played against, and whenever they've come up against, I'd say, better teams in the competition, they've really and truly struggled. They have a lot of big wins in the competition thus far. 12-0 against Meadowbrook, 8-0 against Ascot, but when you come up against teams like Mona, who they lost to twice in the opening round, obviously the result against KC was a massive one, 2-2 draw, that eventually led KC to exiting early in the competition. But your last two results, lost against Vauxhall, 2-2 draw with KC, and then a 1-1 draw before that with Hydel. And when it comes to this Calabar team, I'm not quite sure about, as I said, the level of competition and how well they've been tested. It's going to be a massive test for them this afternoon as Stats come forward once again.
Here they are. Here's Henry on it again. Plays it out wide to the left side now. Tries to get the cross in, but it's deflected and comes back out to Calabar. Calabar can launch an attack of their own, and this is some speed being demonstrated on the right side. Ball played across, and it's a chance for a goal. Finds the back of the net, and that was finished with a plum. That's the danger man. That's O'Brien Marks. We told you before the game that he was the player to watch for Calabar, and O'Brien Marks has broken the deadlock against the run of play. The Lions have roared. They lead by a 1-0.
Yeah, and that's how quickly the switch can flip in football. Marvin Henry will be kicking himself for that chance missed early on in the game. Calabar coming away on the counter-attack. It's 3-on-2 here, down the right side, and it's a perfect cross right onto the penalty spot. And I tell you what, O'Brien Marks, not the easiest of finishes. It's bouncing across at him, but keeps his body over it, slams it home. Great finish from Marks, and Calabar shake off that early bit of nerves and take a good lead here.
As you said, Lyle, it's how quickly that switch can be flipped in football. I mean, all the early look-ins were for St. Andrew Technical from the very first minute of this contest. And we're in the 5th minute. Calabar lead by a 0-1. One chance, one goal. O'Brien Marks, as you mentioned, finishing what looked like it was an easy chance, but may have been a little bit trickier than it first looked, with the ball bouncing across. And he was calm and composed and just allowed the ball to come onto his left boot. Slotted it past the keeper. 1-0 Calabar. Jeremy Miller is a happy man right now.
Indeed, he must be. Because as he said in that game against Vauxhall, he really thought that his team should have come out with a victory. And it was really a moment of lapse in concentration that he feels that led to his team losing that game. As again, Stats will look to come forward and threaten, but it's exactly the response that Jeremy Miller would have wanted from his Lions this afternoon.
Comes Stats again. This is an early cross coming in, and Henry trying to get on the end of it. The goalkeeper is in no man's land. It's poked home. St. Andrew Technical, just like that, are back on level terms. Not sure who got the final touch. They won't care about that. Marvin Henry is running away in celebration. Doesn't matter who got it. What matters is that St. Andrew Technical are back on level pegging. 1-1.
And I mean, we saw it from the first minute of the game. It's a decent cross into the box, but a mix-up between centre half and goalkeeper. And really and truly, it was Marvin Henry that eventually turned it in, but Calabar, architects of their own downfall. Inside 1 minute of the game, we thought that Stats should have taken the lead, and now 7 minutes into this game, Calabar gifting chances to St. Andrew Technical, and already the great work of O'Brien Marks, and I think it was Jaime Rankin with the assist for the goal. Already that good work has gone out the window.
It has indeed, and that's the thing when you were talking about Calabar and their big match metal, Lyle, and I was just about to say that, so you see a ball coming forward again, Marks trying to get on the end of it. Eventually, a grateful Jaheim Gray can collect for Stats. But it was one of the question marks about them, and I think Coach Miller alluded to it in speaking with Janae Robinson before the game, Lyle, is that they've somehow managed to let goals in when they shouldn't have. Talked about that game against Vauxhall. He said that he thought they played well. They allowed a single chance to Vauxhall, and then Vauxhall took advantage. They came out on the losing side 1-0. We saw them, we had them live and exclusive right here in that game against KC. Big game. And they went 2-1 up in that game as well, and somehow allowed KC a glimmer of hope when they allowed KC to get back on level terms and come back 2-2. As it turns out, of course, KC went crashing out based on that result, and Calabar marched into the quarterfinals. But there is a tendency with this Calabar defensive unit to let goals in.
Indeed, and you really cannot afford to do that against as I said, a Stats team that since we started the knockout phases, they've been struggling for goals really. And the last thing you want is to gift goals, gift opportunities to the opposition when really and truly they've been struggling to put the ball into the back of the net. So it's the last thing that Calabar need. And for Stats, I mean, you'll be hoping that you get a few more early Christmas gifts, as you said, in this game. Not even played 9 minutes and been jam-packed full of action.
Yeah, so Calabar's goal coming in the 5th minute through O'Brien Marks, and in the 7th minute, Marvin Henry hitting back for St. Andrew Technical. We said we hoped it would have been an enthralling contest, and there's Stats on it again. That was Terrain Hall trying to find some freedom. Ball goes into touch. It's a throw-in to St. Andrew Technical.
It's Henry's 15th goal of the season. This is first since the second round. And I mean, you may have played into the early opportunity that we saw where he got the ball. If you're a striker in top four, maybe you take that first time, but he looked for the pass, looked to play it off to a teammate. But maybe that goal, his 15th of the season, is a scrappy goal, but strikers take them anyway they come. Maybe that's the goal that starts to restore his confidence and gets him back into full flow.
You'll be hoping that's the case, and so will Coach Philip Williams. There's a free kick coming in now from Stats, and the ball is allowed to come all the way across, but eventually the whistle goes.
He was offside there. So Statsman looking to get on the end of it, but I have to mention that the wind is absolutely howling inside Stadium East. And already a couple of times Calabar struggling with balls into the box. And lucky again to escape that time. The run made a bit too early, but can they get a foothold in this game, come forward and try and create something of their own?
Here they are, Calabar again, trying to be more settled in their attack. Davian Smith, cross coming in. Stats defense reading it all the way. And now they clear their line. Stats. Smith there just misjudging the bounce. Oh, that's some afters there. I think Smith just blasting the ball into touch out of frustration a couple of times in a row. Davian Smith, his defending called into question there.
Struggling over on that right side with Shankino Grant.
Yeah, Grant is one of the danger men for this St. Andrew Technical team. You see Kevin Hall, the number 7, who we picked as our player to watch for this contest. Going to leave it for a teammate, is Hall. Looks like Kevin Hall is going to leave it for Terrain Hall. One Hall to the next. It's a 12th minute of play. 1-1 between Calabar and Stats. This is the second match of the quarterfinal round. Cross coming in from Terrain Hall, and the goalkeeper had to be careful there at his near post. I think the referee though is going to signal that that ball had already gone into touch.
Yeah, Shankino Grant making the run across the face of goal. I think maybe it was actually an offside call there. He tried to keep it in and then attempt the acrobatic effort, but that time Calabar once again off the hook. But again, those can't give away cheap free kicks. As I said, the wind was howling and Stats come forward once again.
Yeah, shot blocked. Marks the goal scorer, coming back the other way, tries to pick a teammate out early, but that was unsuccessful. Stats win it back. And Calabar now win a free kick. This free kick being lined up by Peyton Larmond. Cross coming in. The Stats goalkeeper Gray was probably in a spot of bother. And it's Marks who's feeling the after effects of that particular coming together. It was a 50-50. Goalkeeper had all right to go for it. So we see Marks get some medical treatment. Let's look back at both goals so far. Here we are for the opening goal. It was really and truly against the run of play. You see Marks hearing down the middle of the field and got the perfect ball coming across and was cool and composed in slotting it home. And Coach Jerry Miller at that point was pretty happy. He wasn't smiling yet because he knew about the potential threat that Stats posed, and then just a few moments later, Calabar really struggling to clear their lines there. Goalkeeper, defender having a mix-up, but who was not mixed up was the man who eventually poked it home, Marvin Henry, for St. Andrew Technical.
Number 10, Shankino Grant. Number 11,
Another set play opportunity for Calabar. We've seen them being the ones put under pressure from set pieces earlier in the game by Stats. Now we get a chance with the wind in their backs to try and test Jaim Gray.
referee is Kieran Wilson. Assistant referee number 1, Keone Denton. Assistant referee number 2.
Like it was a dummy attempt there, and ball still bouncing around dangerously. There's a tackle inside the box, and the referee points to the spot. It's a penalty to Calabar. And of course, the Stats players will voice their opposition to that call by referee Wilson, but the referee made the call almost immediately. Stats players now pleading with the assistant, Coach Philip Williams, obviously disgusted by that call. Let's look back at it, Lyle.
I mean, it's a poor ball into the box, really. Stats again struggle to clear their lines. Flicked on header. I mean, he gets there in front of the defender. It looked like Jaime Rankin, who just got across his man, and in those situations, more often than not, you see the attacker given the benefit of the doubt, as it looked like the defender just came from behind him.
Yeah, I agree with you, Lyle. You look at it, it's
a dicey one.
It's inconspicuous, but as you said, somehow the attacker always seems to get the benefit of the doubt. It's Peyton Larmond, number 17, who's stepping up for Calabar. This one would put them 2-1 up, and Larmond hits it off the crossbar. Oh wow, this game is action-packed. Calabar with a glorious opportunity to take a 2-1 lead from the penalty spot. Larmond kicks it off the crossbar, and it remains 1-1. Tempers flaring now in this one, Coach.
The referee having a lot to deal with right now, but Larmond, you have to keep it down. Just leaning back, cannons off the crossbar. Was looking for his 7th goal of the season, and Stats will feel justified now. They were adamant that it wasn't a penalty as Jaime Gray goes down, needing some attention, but again, story of this game so far, chances going begging for both teams now.
Certainly an opportunity for Coach Philip Williams to regroup here. Let's have a look back at the penalty call. Coach Philip Williams still arguing on the touchline. Let's see this again. Yeah, it's a bouncing ball. The attacker, though, I think, as we see the penalty now from Larmon come off the crossbar, I think the attacker will say, I just about got my body in between man and ball, and the defender in that kicking motion, just taking the attacker out. As you said, you don't look at it and think stonewall penalty, but you do know that attacking players tend to get a lot going their way. The stats coaching staff still arguing with the assistant referee, and the officiating team going to be under some amount of pressure now. Karen Wilson, Keone Denton, Rickton Archer, Kessler Anderson. And by the way, it takes your mind back to, was that 2 seasons ago? With the final between St. Andrew Technical and Jamaica College, and the penalty shootout, and you talk about whether the ball was still or whether it was rolling, whether it should have been retaken. Stats were aggrieved at the time. They went on to lose that game. They still haven't ever won the competition, the Manning Cup. And there were lots of things said in the aftermath of that about the officiating and so on.
And I think Stats players were increasingly frustrated because of the fact that they had the free kick given against them as well. So it's another dangerous opportunity for Calabar.
Yeah, exactly. As the Coach Williams, I'm sure, used that opportunity to try to refocus his players. I think it's important now for referee Wilson, though, to ensure that this game does not get out of control. And we just apologize to our viewers for some of the technical glitches that we're experiencing, but while we do that, we try to keep you abreast of everything. Try to make sure that you don't miss anything. You can see the tall figure there of the goal scorer for Stats, Marvin Henry, as part of that wall. So too there, one of their talismanic figures is Shankino Grant as well. Larmond, obviously the dedicated set piece taker. We're looking back at the goals now. This was a bursting run down the right hand side, and this was a quality finish by O'Brien Marks. Yes, you look at it and say a striker should finish that. Might have been a little bit more tricky than you thought, and then that was tricky for the defenders. It wasn't tricky though for Marvin Henry, who was just looking for anything to feed off. Here is the penalty shout, and that penalty was actually given by referee Wilson. Calabar players were celebrating. The penalty though came off the crossbar. Calabar missing a glorious opportunity to take a lead, another lead, and it's still 1-1. 21 minutes into this contest. So, St. Andrew Technical with a goal kick, and some respite for the Stats team. Ball coming back in from the midfield. Goalkeeper Gray accepting that one easily. A foul in favour of Calabar again. They've gotten quite a few set pieces now, Lyle. Quite a few free kicks. This one is probably going to be in the best area that they've gotten so far.
Yeah, potentially an attempt at goal, and it's been very stop-start this game. Stats really and truly struggling to get into things, get some possession of the football. Haven't really got Kevin Hall on the ball nearly enough as you'd want to. And Calabar just in the last sort of 10 minutes or so, coming forward, winning free kicks, winning the penalty obviously. And now another chance here for Jaime Rankin potentially. Larmond is there as well. It is going to be Peyton Larmond.
Larmond with a shot on goal. Wall does its job. Larmond again with a turn. And another free kick awarded to Calabar.
I think there, surely you try and play the advantage there if you're the referee. Still had hold of it. A lovely bit of skill there from Larmond, but again, another opportunity from a set piece. This time O'Brien Marks has come across the captain. Larmond, who's, I think it's fair to say, has been struggling with his set pieces so far in this game.
Yeah, so I think Marks has just decided, okay, let me take it from here, Peyton. Although Larmond is obviously the dedicated set piece taker. Here's a direct shot on goal. That was a tame shot from Marks. Yeah, you just wonder how much that penalty miss is still playing on the mind of Larmond. Here he is in possession again, Larmond. That's a good ball to Marks. Marks will look up, try to find a teammate early. That one though is almost never finding its way through. Marvin Henry with an errant pass trying to find Terrain Hall.
Yeah, it's pretty sloppy at the moment from both teams. You see Stats especially looking now more to go direct towards Marvin Henry. That time he couldn't bring his teammates into it, but I think neither team really and truly are playing up to the standards they've set for themselves. As a strike from distance came in from Jaime Rankin, who's probably been one of Calabar's better players today. That brilliant assist for the first goal popped up all over the shop. He was the player that won the penalty as well, playing off that right side. But both teams, you think that the coaches will be seeing a lot of room for improvement, as again Stats try and go long, but O'Brien Marks was right there to deflect it. It's going to be a Stats throw though.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we've seen the two goals, we've seen the missed penalty from Calabar, and since then, I mean, neither team has settled. You thought that, you know, in the early exchanges within the first 10 minutes when we saw those two goals, it might have been a situation of nerves, jitters. This is a crucial match for both of these teams. It's their coaches will probably frame it as a must-win, but as I said at the start, it's more of a must-not-lose than it is a must-win. And I mean, you could draw this match and still go through if you're one of these two teams, but of course it depends on the result. Other results you're going to have to depend on. So I think that was the situation heading in, but you still have not seen either team settle, and that would be the concern, that would be the worry for coach Jerry Miller and for coach Philip Williams.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the schedules, Stats, who in their last game will play Vauxhall, who they've played obviously twice before this season, winning the first meeting 2-1, drawing the second one 1-1. It's a familiar opponent in their last game. But for Calabar, your final game, you're going to host Eltham, who have been, you know, surprising for some people, but overall they've been a very good team in this year's competition, as good defending there from Calabar High. I mean,
Mark's trying to get it clear, and it's Grant who deflects it.
And for Calabar, you cannot afford to lose this game, surely. And even if you draw, going into a game against Eltham, it's an extremely tough fixture. I think a draw, if you're looking at for both of these teams, it's probably a slightly better result for Stats, in that you're confident that you can go out and beat Vauxhall. You've done it before this season. But either way, I think, as you said, both teams will be looking to win this game.
Here's an opportunity for St Andrew Technical from this free kick. It's Terrain Hall standing over it. Went for the cross in the end, it looked like. Calabar just about get it away. And now they can launch an attack of their own on the right side, which they've profited from so far in this game. The ball coming back to Jaheim Rankin, who decides to just play it back to his defense. Now they try to go forward, the green and black Calabar. Rankin in possession yet again. Has to just turn this one back to Kevon Campbell. Out to the left side now. Bursting run from Davian Smith. Smith with a disappointing cross. And goalkeeper Gray can come to claim for Stats.
Yeah, he did all the hard work, Davian Smith. Brilliant little stop and go to beat his man, but in the end it looked like a defender's cross that time.
Stats on the left hand side, losing out, and Calabar looking to launch one early again. This is similar to the first goal. Marks is waiting in the middle, allows the ball to run all the way almost to the touchline, and he did keep it in play, and so Calabar have won a corner kick.
Yeah, and again it's been that man all day for Calabar, Jaheim Rankin, using his pace down that right side. This cross, as you said, wasn't as good as his first attempt, but was just trying to keep it in, and he's been rewarded for that hard work with a corner kick, and he's going to be the one to take it here in swinger into the wind. Potential danger here for Jaheim Gray and Stats.
What will result from this corner for Calabar? Gray plays this one into the box. Mark sticks out a boot. It's coming back out to Gray and lobs it over the top. That's a decent ball in from Gray. It's repelled by Stats, and now there's something to run onto for Henry. And it's a good recovering defensive play from Calabar. And now they look to launch a counter, but offside flag is raised on the far side.
Yeah, Rankin again just straying a bit on that far side, but for Marvin Henry, I mean, golden opportunity for your number 9 here against two centre backs. Try and hold it up, maybe connect with that teammate. He tried to drive past both players and in the end lost out. And he may be having a bit more confidence from that first goal, you know, trying to take things on himself, but unfortunately for Stats that time, wasn't to be.
Yeah, referee Wilson might be the goalkeeper who's down again, you know, Gray. Yeah, he's been struggling apparently. He's rubbing that right knee now. And he's been going down quite a few times off the ball, has Jaheim Gray. But we talked about the importance of this result. And of course, we'll have to keep an eye on what happens between Eltham and Vauxhall in the other group game. That kicks off at 3 o'clock, Lyle. And of course, both those teams have 3 points already, having beaten both these teams. And that's why I was saying, if this one ends in a draw, and both teams get on the board with a point each, they'll be hoping then that Eltham and Vauxhall also end in a draw, or if Eltham wins, well, whoever wins that game would be into the semi-finals.
Yeah.
And then it would come down to the final group game to see who could join whichever one of those teams that wins that game on 4 points potentially, and hope that goal difference would take them through. So it's no reason to hang your head if you draw this one, if you're Stats or Calabar, but if you lose, you're out.
Yeah, damaging a loss would be still, as I said, would have the Walker Cup, but it'd be the end of your road in the Manning Cup. And as I mentioned earlier, Calabar certainly, I think, have a more difficult task in their last game against Eltham, who, I mean, their performance against Stats 4-1 victory came to the surprise of many. But they've been a very, very well coached, a very confident team so far in the season. Again, Calabar looked to come forward, but well defended from Stats.
Yeah, Marks again, the danger man, just lurking in and around that 18-yard box area, providing some amount of angst for the St. Andrew technical defense. They dealt with it well. Then, another defensive mistake. And Stats are in once again. Shot comes in, but saved this time by goalkeeper Kedar Miller. That was a weak shot, though, must be said. A golden opportunity for St. Andrew Technical to take the lead.
Yeah, it's not the first time. Stats will be saying that with that early chance from Marvin Henry and that one just now, really and truly, you should be in the lead of this game. Both teams, as I said, with the penalty miss as well. Not seeing a lot of clinical play from either side.
Yeah, so many opportunities spurned so far in this one. We're only 33 minutes in. Here's Smith with another wayward cross. Calabar still in possession though, but that's an errant pass from Keshawn Palmer. It's going to be a throw-in to St. Andrew Technical. Again, another goal-scoring opportunity. They're going to have a look back at it. This is the last chance for St. Andrew Technical. Here we are again. And I think it was Kevon Campbell who was caught in possession. And
yeah, Shankino Grant there, just unable to finish. But I've seen it so often now from both Calabar centre halves that when you put them under pressure, they don't really look confident at all.
Larmond on it for Calabar. Tries to find O'Brien Marks. Ends up giving the ball away. Marks running back to do some defensive duties. A crunching tackle coming in from Campbell. And they're gonna say Calabar throw.
Yeah, really good defending from Kevon Campbell.
Yeah, just minutes after making that mistake just now, letting St. Andrew Technical in with a chance. They go again trying to play out from the back, Calabar. Son is played all the way forward. Comes out to this right side. Trying to build the attack down the right flank. Rankin eventually turns it back to his defender. Here's Smith now. Ball coming to the left side. Marks on it. Marks still on it. Comes now to Daniel Dawkins. Dawkins trying to weave his way through. Taken down, no foul, says the referee. Trying to string the early ball forward. Stats unsuccessful. Here's Dawkins again. Double teamed. And there was a third defender waiting as well. Calabar back in possession. Thompson plays this one out wide. So Rankin trying to turn just now. Ball coming back over to this side. Scrappy play so far. Here's Rankin on it. A few defenders around him. Takes the shot on the left foot. That had some sting behind it, but not the accuracy.
Yeah, as I said, probably been the best player on the pitch so far, Jaime Rankin. That time couldn't really keep it down, but for Calabar, as we know, it's a reshuffled unit as we take another look. Good bit of touches to get away from three Stats players, but a vicious strike towards goal that eventually flies over the bar. But I mean, for Calabar, we spoke a couple of times about Kevon Campbell struggling defensively. He's Calabar's leading goal scorer, playing out of position at centre half. Here he is on the ball now, number 11. I mean, our viewers might have been wondering why number 11 is playing at centre half, and you know, difficulties with personnel, so he's having to play out of position. So I mean, early on in the game when he was put under pressure by Henry, as again a ball from Calabar coming forward, that time couldn't connect. But as he's put under pressure early, I can understand a bit maybe why it looks a little unsure at the back, as again it's Campbell. That time he gives it away to Henry.
Yeah, now Marvin Henry will try to fashion something for Stats. He tries to play that one to Kevin Hall. Doesn't find him. Calabar able to just blast it away. Yeah, so that's added to their defensive inefficiencies. The fact that you have your number 11 having to play as a centre half, essentially for Calabar. And it's something that should help in the build-up, but it's causing them a lot of frailties defensively. And I'd say they're lucky that Stats have not taken full advantage.
Yeah, with the last chance, Kedar Miller was the man that bailed them out when Shankino Grant came forward and couldn't convert his chance. But again, both centre backs really struggling, and again, Calabar give it away on the edge of their box. Kevin Hall, brilliant ball.
Here's Shankino Grant, and he goes down inside the box. Referee says nothing doing. Goal kick to Calabar.
Yeah, he was definitely looking for it that time. You could tell, waiting for any semblance of a touch from the Calabar defender, and you always knew he was going to go down. And as Stats gave away one penalty earlier, they were looking to win one themselves, but never a penalty that time.
So the aforementioned Kevon Campbell threading that one through to Kimani Thompson, trying to find Jaheim Rankin in the middle of the pitch. Ball played into touch. It's a throw on this far side to Calabar.
Just crowded out again.
Yeah, trying to find a route down the right hand side, and Stats with lots of bodies over there, blocking all the passing lanes.
And as we said pre-game, Coach Williams prides his team on being very good off the ball, and you see whenever they lose the ball, immediately swarming Calabar, winning it back, and now winning the free kick.
Long free kick comes forward. The goalkeeper again taking out a player, I think. Just not able to get there though, finding himself in no man's land. Lucky his team comes away with it. And here come Calabar trying to launch an early counter-attack. Good defending though from Stats. This is Kevin Hall. Hall trying to beat his man, doesn't need to. Finds a teammate. And play that one out to their left wing. Unsuccessful. Calabar come away with it again. And Calabar on the right hand side. Ball back to Rankin. Rankin to Thompson. And now they're going to find Smith. Smith loses out to Hall. Going to be a foul on Smith. Free kick to St. Andrew Technical.
Yeah, he just maybe picked up on the hot mic, Coach Williams telling Kevin Hall to watch the elbow. I mean, it was just about, a minute or so ago, you called his name for, I think, the first time in this game. Stats is captain, their main man, the man to watch. And that's certainly the adjustment that you think they'd have to make on halftime, trying to get Kevin Hall on the ball a bit more. He's so good technically, so good with his passing. And you see how deep he is in the bottom of the picture, but Stats coming forward.
And a shot comes in and it finds the bottom corner. St. Andrew Technical are back in the lead. And it's Kenardo Gordon who has slotted home expertly and has given Stats a 2-1 advantage in this crucial quarter-final round encounter.
Yeah, Calabar will be kicking themselves. They're in the ascendancy for much of this first half, but they just open up at the crucial moment. St. Andrew Technical was Tarain Hall just able to slalom through the entire defense, slipped it through to Kenardo Gordon, and he made absolutely no mistake with the finish. Maybe Kedar Miller could have done better. Looked like it went through him, but Stats won't care about that, and Kenardo Gordon bags a goal, and Stats take a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, Coach Miller will not be happy with the goalkeeping just now. As you said, Lyle, Kedar Miller, yeah, he could have done better, should have done better. In a big match like this, you don't want to be letting those goals in. And with his team having spurned a few glorious opportunities, including one from the penalty spot, now Coach Miller has to watch as his Calabar team to try to come back from a 2-1 deficit. And by the way, Jaheim Gray down again, we've mentioned it. He's getting some assistance from Jadine White himself, a former standout goalkeeper for St. Andrew Technical. Of course, a national player for Cavalier formerly. And having had loads of success, Jadine White trying to impart that knowledge to his younger counterpart there. But I mean, I just wonder, does the goalkeeper Gray have 90 minutes in him? He's been on the turf practically every 5 minutes.
Yes, about 3 or 4 times now he's gone down. We've seen it quite a bit since schoolboy football has returned, where maybe sometimes goalkeepers going down trying to give their team a bit of reprieve, an opportunity for coaches to impart some knowledge, but this time maybe looks a bit more serious because it's a fair few times now he's gone down, and this time just after a goal. But I mean, for that goal, Kenardo Gordon, his 3rd goal of the season, it was the first time, one of the only times really in this half that we've seen Stats pick up the ball inside the Calabar half and be able to drive forward. It was a good run, but Calabar just looked like they weren't in the mood to defend. Stats player able to just ghost through the midfield and defense of Calabar, slip through Gordon. And for all the chances that they've had, especially with the penalty, Calabar have it all to do. And as we said, this is a must not lose.
From this position, Calabar would see their hopes of advancing disappear. St Andrew Technical would significantly boost their hopes of getting to the semi-finals. Calabar now must come from behind. They led in this contest early. Stats equalized just a couple minutes after. Had the opportunity to go back into the lead. Calabar missed from the penalty spot. Now Stats lead. Marks trying to launch something quickly for the Calabar unit. And Stats win it back. Early long ball forward to Kevin Hall here on the right hand side. Hall is going to try to work some magic here over this right side. Finds a simple pass, does Hall. Stats still in possession, trying to not allow this one to go out of play. Lose it into touch now though, Stats, and it's a Calabar throw.
Yeah, I thought that for sure would have been a Stats throw, but I was about to say it's very good play. You don't want to concede a goal right before halftime when you've just taken the lead, but now giving possession back to Calabar after some decent possession play on the near side for Stats.
Yeah, it's a feature we've seen of this Calabar team. They've tried to launch attacks very early. Calabar, here they are again. They've done a lot on the right hand side, incidentally, which, you know, it's the opposite side of one of the danger men, O'Brien Marks. Marks has hit his fair share of touches as well on the left side, but not as much of an impact as we've seen on this right side. Here we are again. Rankin has been the most influential player. Here he is in possession. Rankin, he's gonna get a chance to fire a cross in. Good defending this time by Stats. Here they come now, St Andrew Technical. This is good play. This is quality play from Stats. Ball played forward to Marvin Henry. Turns, finds his teammate Hall. Hall looking to give it right back to Henry. Intercepted though. As we can see, the 4th official holding up 3 additional minutes at the end of this first half. It's a minimum, of course.
Yeah, it's better for Marvin Henry though. That time was taking it a bit slower, holding play up, looking to connect with Kevin Hall, who couldn't that time find with the return pass, but so often Kevin Hall is able to pick those passes. That's exactly what you need if you're Stats from your big man up top.
Calabar with a throw in here on this far side. Stats just ensuring that they're in their defensive positions, defending fairly deep at this point. Stats. There's Rankin. 3rd throw in a row it will be for Calabar now. Just trying to ensure that they can carve something out, somewhat of an opportunity, but this is good defending from Stats.
Very good defending as they won the goal kick, yeah. I mean, for Jeremy Miller, you would have been hoping that maybe, as you said, you can ink out one more chance, maybe get a goal before halftime that would turn the tides of this game. But as things stand, Stats, who, as we said, their off the ball play historically has been very, very good. been good in parts in this game, have given away the counter-attack for the first goal and then a bit of clumsy defending, giving away the penalty. But when you think about it, outside of that, they've pretty much marshaled Calabar fairly well. Jeremy Rankin been the biggest threat for the Lions so far, cutting in off that right side. But I think if you're Philip Williams and Stats, you're pretty happy with how this first half has gone.
Stats, Terrain Hall on it. Maybe one last opportunity for St. Andrew Technical to get something going into the interval. This could be the last attack of the half. Good defending here though from Calabar, and the ball is won back and cleared. Stats try to come forward again. Won back by Calabar. Ball played forward to Kevin Hall. Hall with a neat pass around the corner, and this one lobbed up and in, hoping to find the head of Marvin Henry. And the referee is going to sound the whistle now. That's half time. St. Andrew Technical leading this contest over Calabar by 2-1. Coming back from behind this Stats outfit to take a 2-1 lead into the interval. We're going to take a break on our coverage here, and when we come back, we'll give you first half highlights and statistics. Stay with us.
We need to pass the ball quicker.
Much quicker.
And you need to make sure. I'm the coach.
And I'm the assistant coach.
No. Your job is to bring the water and keep us hydrated. Matter of fact, where's the water?
I've got it, coach.
So tasty. What a catch. With a caramel center. What a catch. And so much chocolate. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. First it's crispy, then it's creamy. With so much chocolate, smooth and milky. And when you go a little deeper, it's fine caramel. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. What a catch. Oh, 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 oh. What a catch. You know we love you. What a catch. Oh, 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 oh. First it's crispy, then it's creamy. What a catch.
This is Jamaica's season for giving thanks for what matters. It's the time to show up, be there for each other, and to feed our hope for a brighter tomorrow. Celebrate being together with a KFC festive feast. Get the new festive 9 bucket. Proceeds from each festive feast purchase go towards hurricane relief. KFC is finger licking good.
the Chris and Charles Merry Money Mania loan promotion. This Christmas, borrow big and win bigger. Get $1.5 million or $2 million in loans at special reduced rates, plus a chance to win your share of $1 million. And new customers get double entries. The promotion runs from October 15 and is now extended to January 30, 2026. Visit any Chris and Charles branch or chrisandcharles.com for details. Chris and Charles, making life merry again. Conditions apply. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
Welcome back to Stadium East Field. St Andrew Technical leading this quarterfinal round contest 2-1 over Calabar, and we are going to be taking you through the first half highlights and statistics. Here we are with the highlights, and very early in this contest, Calabar with a defensive mistake. It was Kevon Campbell lingering on it. Marvin Henry trying to pick out a teammate, then took a shot himself, not able to find the target. And then just moments after that, a bursting run from Rankin down the right hand side, played the ball across early, found a Brian Marks who slotted away expertly to make it 1-0 to Calabar. Coach Jeremy Miller at that point showing a little bit of concern there, just wondering if it was offside or onside, got the nod of approval, and that was the lead for his team. And at that point they were celebrating, but that celebration didn't last long, because just a couple minutes later, Marvin Henry found himself on the end of one after some questionable defending from the Calabar unit, and he brought Stats back on level pegging. That was in the 7th minute, and this one now, a lot of complaints about this penalty decision, but Calabar winning a penalty. Again, it was that man at the center of it, Jaheim Rankin. Peyton Larmond stepping up to take the penalty, hitting the crossbar, and the Calabar missing that particular opportunity, and Stats were celebrating at that point that respite, and then Stats getting another early Christmas gift, unable to take advantage in that particular situation. Calabar continued to try to find openings, and they had quite a bit of joy down that right hand side, did the Calabar unit, but they weren't able to find the back of the net. And this one now from Kenardo Gordon, that is, finding the back of the net for St Andrew Technical to make it 2-1. Here are the stats at halftime. 5 shots for Stats, 7 to Calabar, but Stats have had more on target, 4 to Calabar's 3. There have been 9 fouls, 5 of them committed by St Andrew Technical. No cards just yet. A couple of corners to both teams, and Calabar just shading the possession Stats. So that's the tale of the tape so far. Janae Robinson, what do you have for us?
And they're upbeat mentally.
And the vibes is electric here at the stadium. It's 2-1 at half time, and 2 goals going to St Andrew Technical. I'm here with the chairman of the football team. And the last time we talked, you said that you've been working with the boys for a while.
St Andrew Technical.
And they're coming along. But to reach the quarterfinal stage, now you guys have just a chance to get into the semifinals and the finals once again.
Well, we have to be optimistic, so yes, we will definitely make it to the final. I mean, the last game was suffer every defeat. The boys play below average, but we spoke with them and they're upbeat mentally and physically, and you can see now the breeze kind of shows off in our game. And the first half, is a slow start, but I'm sure that when they're back out on the pitch, you'll see a difference St Andrew Technical.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because the first match you talked about the loss, right? The first match in the quarterfinal stage. Yeah. What do you think affected caused a lapse in performance for the boys at this stage of the competition?
It's kind of hard to pinpoint any one factor, but there are several factors. But all I can say is that we play a below average game, and we just want to put that past us and focus on this game today.
All right, great. I'm going to talk to one of the past goalkeepers for St Andrew Technical. He's a little bit nervous, but I want you to just talk to me. You were once a player, now you're seeing these boys play and perform. How much does it mean to be a football player for St. Andrew Technical?
It means a lot because it starts as it done a lot for me, so it means a lot to just oversee it and can be in the stands and encourage the boys to play to the best of their ability. You know, it's very exciting to see them there, and to tell you the truth, when me did I play and people in the stands are short at you, it's a different experience, honestly.
All right, guys. Well, before we go, of course, I need to ask you what the prediction will be. As in, you guys are in favor right now, but what do you think at the end of the match, the final score will be?
I think Stats has one more goal in them, so it will be 3-1.
All right, and for you?
4-1 Stats.
Oh, okay. Well, Stats, you have a little bit of work to do. The fans obviously believe in you. Your chairman believes in you, and after the halftime break, we'll have more football for you. See it happen. The 2025 schoolboy football season is alive with drama, upsets and dreams yet to be fulfilled. The Manning Cup champions have fallen, failing to reach the quarterfinals, and the Da Costa Cup kings Garvin Maceo have been dethroned, their crown released into the chase. Tonight, we look ahead to new heroes, new champions, and the battle that will define this season. This is High School Pittside, where legends are made and history awaits to be rewritten. I'm your football girlie, Janae Robinson, and alongside me is Daniel Bent. Yes. Later, we'll be joined by Giovanni Brady and Ronaldo Adams. Yes. So, for all of the viewers that, love to hear their banter, you catch them later. Well, purple rain becomes purple tears. North Street left to mourn as Kingston College are knocked out of the Manning Cup. KC needed to beat Calabar to advance to the quarterfinals. A 2-2 draw, not enough to see them advance. Here's how the game unfolded on CVM TV.
For the second successive day, the champions of one of the schoolboy football competitions have bowed out. This time, it's the champions of the urban area Manning Cup who have been booted. KC exit at the round of 16 stage despite a 2-2 draw with rivals Calabar, as it's the Lions who advance. KC delivered the first body blow through Sharif Ricketts early in the piece. But Calabar were back on level pegging in minute 21 thanks to Francesco Reed. The Lions then roared into the lead just 3 minutes later courtesy of Jaheim Rankin. But the champions weren't done yet and got even just on the stroke of half-time thanks to Deshaun Byfield. 2-2 at half-time, and KC were still dreaming of continuing their title defence, and Calabar would have been on the edge. But neither team could find another breakthrough in the second 45 minutes plus, meaning the Purples were left feeding the Blues, and the green and black clad boys from Red Hills Road erupted into jubilant celebrations.
The result sees Calabar advancing along with Heidel from Group 2 of the second round. Calabar will now contest Zone B of the quarterfinals along with Eltham High, Stats and Vauxhall. Meanwhile, Excelsior, Heidel, Charlie Smith and Jamaica College are in Zone A. Guys, there's no KC in the mix. I know last week you guys are coming at me for my KC shirt, but there's no KC in the mix. We'll talk about them in the Walker Cup, so you can come off on my chest now, please.
Yes.
But that's what the Manning Cup is looking like right now. And to be very honest with you, I like what I'm seeing. I think we're seeing new talent being exposed and not what is confirmed to the status quo, I should say. It's just a new script this year, and I like it.
Yeah, man, I think when you look at the fact that there was some banter in that Calabar is a track and field school.
Yes.
That banter has gone through the window because Casey's now, as you were saying, is bleeding the purple tears. Yeah. I remember speaking to Coach Basso at the beginning of the season and he said that he would have lost a lot of players. I'm going to try to fix it. Yeah. They must get credit to reach this far. As I said, Walker Cup is now on the horizon for them. They have not won that trophy in a long time. So it's still a season that they can win a trophy. I know that the old boys at KC will say, Walker Cup, no, a Money Cup, because remember, it is still their 100th year.
But some people may wonder, will that be enough for Kingston College? Because they have a rich history of just a football, sports background in general. So will that be enough for them this season?
I would think that the old boys will say no. I think the fans will also say no. But a trophy is a trophy. Yeah. Just like in England, they say FA Cup is a teacup. Arsenal would have won that a lot of times. But I think that for a lot of persons who are, avid supporters of KC, the Money Cup is what they want. Because remember, Vassal Reynolds would have said that he would have won the Money Cup last year. So he did it before the 100th year. But this is the 100th year, and I am thinking that he must be feeling a little pain in his heart.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because when I spoke to him post-match, he did express a little of that. You could see it in his body language, but he also was just a bit content based off of the performance on the day, as in they couldn't have done any more than they did. And I think he was just content with that result. But I'd also like to look at Calabar. You spoke about them being a track dominant school. Yes. I talked to one of the fans who was saying that this team in particular is a team we've seen for a while. They've taken time to mold themselves into some sort of, what do you call it, holistic nature, right? Yeah. And when I spoke to Coach Jeremy Miller, he was just ecstatic. Yeah, all smiles, running into the stands. I think it just means a lot for the Calabar school. As Coach Andrew Price previously had this team for 3 years, Coach Miller taking up the program. I think he's done a very good job. Yeah, and you can see the fight in the Calabar boys' face. They didn't stop playing the ball until the whistle blew.
Remember, I had said in a previous show that Calabar would have been one of the top 4 best attacking team.
Yes, you did. Yes.
And they were in the group with Woolmer's boys. Yeah. And I'm not surprised, because I would have said that they would have been one of the dark horses that can win the Money Cup. Yeah. And for Coach Jeremy, I'm very proud of him, because these are students or players that he would have grown from under 14 come up, so they know him. Yeah. And I remember speaking to him off camera some time ago, and he said that the discipline in the team, there were moments that even Rankin, who was basically the best player yesterday, was out of the team.
He did talk about the discipline. He said that for a while it was a bit shaky, but he thinks the boys are now understanding his philosophy, and he's proud of them for that. But Daniel, it's time for our first break. So
welcome back. This is second half action. St Andrew Technical and Calabar High Issa Manning Cup. This is live and exclusive coverage on CVM TV. I'm Jordan Fort, and with me is Lyle Anthony Golding. Stats leading this one by 2-1, coming from behind to lead. Stats in their brown and white. Calabar in green and black, of course. All jerseys provided by Soccer Express, the official jersey partner, Issa Schoolboy Football 2025. Soccer Express adding color, of course, to the visuals here that we've been seeing. Here's Calabar trying to add their own color to this match. And that one is accepted by goalkeeper Gray. Long ball forward, trying to find the lanky Marvin Henry, who's already gotten 1 goal so far this game for St Andrew Technical. But that one accepted by the Calabar goalkeeper, Kedar Miller. Miller, of course, I think, will be kicking himself after that second goal flew past him from the boot of Kenardo Gordon to give Stats the lead. Here's Jaheim Rankin, one of the danger men for Calabar so far. Good turn. Foul given, free kick to Calabar. Lyle.
Yeah, gorgeous bit of skill from Rankin. As we said, he's been Calabar's main man in this first half. Yes, Marks had the goal, but Rankin put it on a plate for him, and throughout that first half his play was exemplary. So if they are to get back into this game, Jaheim Rankin is certainly going to be a big part of it as he takes the free kick.
Lots of height on this one. The goalkeeper on shore, and it's a Calabar head that meets it, but it goes wide of the target.
And again, we've had so much moments of onshore goalkeeping in this game so far, both from Kedar Miller and Jaheim Gray. This time, it's just lofted high into the sky towards the back stick. I mean, Gray came out initially, but stopped in his tracks, and the header that time couldn't be directed back on target from Calabar, but early moment of threat for the Lions.
Peyton Larmond here, finding Keshawn Palmer. There's Palmer, plays that one inside to Dawkins. Dawkins loses out temporarily, but Larmond tries to float this one back into Campbell, who, as we see, Lyle has now adopted a more advanced position.
He'll be much more comfortable in that role now, rather than the centre-back role that he started this game in. As a substitution was made, and now here's the number 4, Joshua Henry, who's on the ball.
Yeah, so this one played forward for Rankin, cleared away by Stats.
And Henry was injured in that Kingston College game, which is why he didn't start this one, and he is on in place of Calabar's number 12, Kimani Thompson. That will be a boost for them as a cross comes into the box. It's a dangerous one. Couldn't keep it down.
Yeah, Campbell again, finding himself on the end of it. As you said, a much more comfortable position for him, Lyle. He'll be much happier playing there. And already we've seen that he's created danger on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, just confirmation of those 2 substitutions. Dejan Martin, is also off for Calabar, and he's replaced by Joaquin Bryan. So 2 players coming on, Bryan and Henry for Calabar, going off Thompson and Martin.
Ball coming across, Marvin Henry gets a boot to it and directs it goalward. Again, questions will be asked of the goalkeeper, Kennar Miller. It seemed that one took an eternity to roll into the back of the net. It seemed he had all the time in the world to get there and just didn't. Henry scores his second of the game. Coach Philip Williams has much more now to smile about. 3-1 Stats.
Yeah, and sloppy all afternoon from Calabar, and again, Kevin Campbell gives it away. Good ball over the top for Kevin Hall. We spoke about him pre-game, picks out the pass 2 Calabar defenders, and you have to say Kennar Miller. I mean, he sticks out his boot at it, but certainly you have to try and dive. And in the end, is that the damning goal for Calabar High? Still so much time to play in this game, only 50 minutes. But Stats with a 2-goal lead. Scoreline now 3-1. Cannot defend like that if you're Calabar High.
Yeah, and the Stats goalkeeper, as we've seen all game long, struggling with that right knee, I believe it is, that he's been struggling with, although that's more of a stretch for the calf, I think. But he's been having problems with that right leg all game long. But Stats, they're not having any problems now with the scoreline. They go 2 goals up. And with this, Calabar staring at the exit door of the Issa Manning Cup at the quarter-final stage, having knocked off, I guess that's the word we can use, the champions, Kingston College in the previous round. Of course, Calabar didn't win that game. It was a 2-2 draw, but the result saw Kingston College eliminated. Calabar now staring down the same fate in the quarter-final round. And it must be said there's been some questionable defending and even more questionable goalkeeping as Stats come forward yet again. Here's Shankino Grant trying to line one up. Then he tries to find Marvin Henry, the man who's now on a hat-trick. Doesn't do so, but Stats winning it back. And the ball being carried forward now by Justin Johnson. Cross coming in. And the Calabar able to win it back, launching it forward early. Stats defense though, alert to any possible danger. Again, Calabar just not clearing their lines quickly, inviting the pressure in from Stats. There's Kevin Hall now. Henry plays it early. It's a good turn initially by Keano Levy, but just too many Calabar defenders around him, and the ball goes into touch. It's a throw-in for St. Andrew Technical.
Yeah, so much space for Stats to operate in the second half so far, and that was nearly another opportunity for Henry as they tried to work it with Shankino Grant, but Calabar High look wide open at the back as, again, not the best clearance, but they work it out between themselves. And comes back in and was headed out again. Towering header. And the assistant's flag was up there on the far side, I think just indicating that the player is down for Stats, and it looks to be a head injury.
Yeah, so the referee has to stop the game once it's a head injury. And there is immediate attention rushing out to the St. Andrew Technical captain. As we take a look back at the goals, Calabar breaking the deadlock in the 5th minute. Lyle has spoken about the impact of Rankin, and that ball across to O'Brien Marks. He gave the Lions the lead early in the contest. And this was just 2 minutes later. Questionable defending, and Marvin Henry profiting from the indecision at the back from Calabar to make it 1-1. Stats kept coming forward, and eventually Kenardo Gordon finding the back of the net. A good shot, but not great goalkeeping from Kedar Miller, it must be said. And then the goal scorer playing that one early over to Kevin Hall, and Hall just rolls it across. No Calabar defender gets in between the ball and Marvin Henry. And then Henry, looks like it was even a miss kick to me, Lyle. And goalkeeper Miller again just not sure-footed enough. It was seemed to me like ample time to get across, scramble across and save that one. Couldn't get to it. It's 3-1 to St. Andrew Technical.
Yeah, 16 goals on the season now for Marvin Henry. Neither one as pretty a goal as he would have liked. Two very scrappy finishes, but as I said, strikers do not care. And Philip Williams, the head coach of Stats, won't care either, as they have a 3-1 lead. And Calabar really struggling in this game as, again, O'Brien Marks loses out.
That's going to be an easy call for the referee, and the card comes out immediately. Cynical challenge by O'Brien Marks, taking down Shankino Grant, and he is the first player to go into the referee's book. The
Yeah,
goal
as soon as he
scorer for
lost
Calabar.
as soon as he lost it, you could expect that he was going to try and take one for the team. Had to in that situation, because the man Grant was running away with it. But I mean, so far, as we said, for most of this game, neither team playing up to their standards, you'd think, but it's been all about mistakes in this game, and you'd say that 2 out of the 3 goals certainly for Stats have come from defensive errors for Calabar, and they're going to have to do some more defending here.
Ball launched into the box, headed away. There's Kevin Hall on it, launches it again early. Grant is lurking, but the flag probably would have been up for offside anyway. Looks like he never established himself back on side, Shankino Grant. So Calabar making the change, Lyle, to insert a defender at the back, and really ditching that kind of makeshift move that they had at the start of the game where Kevon Campbell was around there, but still conceding. I think disappointingly for Coach Miller. And the thing about it is that the goalkeeper is going to look at himself and think that at least 2 of those goals should have done better with. And I mean, the argument could be made, all 3. It's a good turn there, good bit of skill over on that left-hand side, and the ball comes in. It's still going to come out to a Calabar player. Played into touch by Stats. It's a throw into Calabar.
Yes, Francisco Reed, the diminutive figure on that far side, who another player for Calabar that has performed well this season, but we haven't really spoken about him in this game.
Palmer takes a throw for Calabar. And that one goes out of play, I believe, does it?
It's a corner kick actually for Calabar, final touch from the Stats defender.
Yeah, it was Dawkins trying to find some room there on the right side. Now Rankin is going to have an opportunity to put a good ball in for Calabar. They are running out of time, the Lions. Still an opportunity to salvage something from this game. That cross is closer to the goal than it looked. Keeper punches it over, but it may have gone out of play. In fact, yes, it did.
Nearly the Olympico there from Calabar's number 7 Rankin, and yeah, it just looked like it clipped off the crossbar before Jaheim Gray got his fingertips on it. But Stats really and truly have to remain switched on here. They've got themselves in a very good position in this game with a 2-goal lead. And now they once again will try and come forward. They maybe can look to build on that 2-goal lead.
Yeah. Watson in possession for Stats, loses out. Calabar win it back. Give the ball away straight away, that's Calabar. And that one taken down by Smith. And clears his lines. Ball booted back upfield. Marvin Henry putting some pressure on. The ball rolls harmlessly out of play. Goal kick to Calabar. So in the 60th minute of this contest, Calabar really find themselves in a deep hole. St Andrew Technical looking like they're going to get their first win of the quarter-final round and get 3 points, get themselves into a position from which they could qualify for the semi-finals. Calabar, if the result remains the same, would go crashing out. The ball played over to the right-hand side. Palmer loses out. Here comes Kevin Hall for Stats. He's held. That's an easy call, and that's always going to be a yellow card any day of the week. So we're going to see the second yellow card brandished in this contest.
I was just looking to see who the player was recovering, and it's actually a second yellow card
for O'Brien Marks. So 2 cynical fouls, and it's O'Brien Marks, the star man for Calabar, inexplicably, having been on a yellow card for a similar offence, commits another easily cardable offence and goes into the book yet again. And now he has to exit the field. No complaints at all from him. He knew that was a yellow, and now Calabar's problems have compounded tenfold.
And you can't have that from your captain and your leader. The man who opened the scoring for Calabar. An awful moment, and as you said, it was 2 cynical challenges, and you have to be aware, if you're O'Brien Marks, it's your 4th season of Manning Cup football, 18 years old, one of the leaders in this squad, cannot be making that challenge. Stephen John Beckford over this free kick.
It's gonna go harmlessly wide, but yeah, that is inexcusable. Inexcusable at this stage of the competition for a player of the quality of O'Brien Marks having picked up a yellow card for a similarly cynical challenge, Lyle.
It was actually,
so it was actually for dissent, for kicking the ball away?
It must have been. And that honestly, to me,
that's even worse.
Yeah, it's even worse. You didn't make the challenge, but you've booted the ball away, and as you said, no complaints from him.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been for either one though, because the challenge itself was a yellow card challenge. As we go back to live action, game has been stopped here. Yeah, the challenge itself was a yellow card challenge. There's a player down for St. Andrew Technical.
Yeah, it wasn't actually, as Stephen John Beckford is down for stats, and we see a substitution for Calabar. That's Anthony McDonald coming on, but it wasn't actually O'Brien Marks that made the initial challenge. So it had to be for kicking the ball away. And as we said, in that situation, can we maybe say, as we look at the challenge, yeah, it was
all right. It was Peyton
Larmond, yeah,
Larmond,
with the challenge. And yeah, for O'Brien Marks, you cannot in that situation be kicking the ball away. Maybe on another day, another referee doesn't book you for that, but nonetheless, you have to be more aware of the state of the game that you're in. You're down 2 goals in a game that at the moment would send you out of the competition, and you as the captain, even if your team were to somehow overturn this scoreline, you're now out for the crucial final game of the quarterfinals. And yeah, it's a baffling action from O'Brien Marks, and I think he may have just sealed his team's fate in this game. But as we said, still a lot of time left in this game. But Calabar at this point, 2 goals down, 1 man down, I think they need a miracle.
And they're compounding their own problems, Calabar. You talk about being architects of your own demise. Calabar not helping themselves. Yeah, but as you said, lots of time left on the clock, Lyle, but theoretically, and we are on Mountain View Avenue. It's a higher mountain than Blue Mountain to climb now for Calabar. If they're to get back on level pegging, let alone try to eke out a win. And even getting a draw out of this one will not be any guarantee of anything for them, as the ball played forward early. Campbell trying to give chase. It's a man Rankin again on it. You're getting word that Eltham leading their contest against Vauxhall by a 1-0. So Eltham with a win there would be going to the semi-finals. I think
That's an indirect free kick here for Calabar. Wasn't too sure quite what catch the action, but an opportunity here for the Lions maybe to get back into things. Let's substitute Anthony McDonald standing over it.
Play to Rankin. Rankin, that's disappointing. That is disappointing. That was an opportunity, and it's not a knock on Rankin, who I think has had a good game. Let's see what led to the indirect free kick in the first place. Oh, but that was a... Was it time?
Yeah, I'm not. It had to be the fact that he was, keeping hold of the ball too long that time. Because you get 8 seconds as a goalkeeper after you possess the ball to play it out, and the referee, as you see there, is pointing to the whistle and the watch, and yeah, it's.
I think what the goalkeeper may have been arguing is that he. Well, I don't know if it was a deliberate thing. You notice, Lyle, he actually put the ball down at one stage. But maybe he's unaware of maybe the wording of the actual rule in terms of the 8 seconds would have still been going because he had already possessed the ball, right? As the ball comes across there from Stats. And Calabar try to come away with it. Infringement spotted. It's a free kick to Calabar.
Yeah, but as I said, it was a golden opportunity. Rankin just tried to dink it towards the back stick, maybe it looked like halfway between a cross and a shot because it went over the bar, but maybe he was trying to pick out a late run from a teammate. As we said, 3-1 down in this game. Calabar have struggled outside of that counter-attack and the penalty that they won. Haven't really been creating enough, and then defensively have been at 6s and 7s, as that time Kedar Miller looking a bit more confident than he was with the third goal. But overall, they've really struggled to stifle St. Andrew Technical, who, as we said before the game, were struggling for goals, and now they've got 3 goals in this game and a 2-goal advantage as they were looking to put the pressure on there with one of the goal scorers, Kennard Gordon. And Calabar, for most of this game, been shooting themselves in their own foot.
Yeah, I mean, it's football, and it's schoolboy football, we still have to remember, because as I said before the start of this game, Lyle, it's that of course we didn't broadcast the game between Stats and Eltham, where Stats were beaten 4-1. I can't picture how Stats were beaten 4-1. Of course, we haven't seen Eltham yet, which is another thing. Who've been impressive in the competition so far and flying under the radar all season long. We see a substitution being prepared for St. Andrew Technical.
Yeah, Zaim Clark coming on in place of Stephen John Beckford.
Yeah, who was injured a few moments ago. But yeah, so I couldn't have pictured it. And then if you told me, if we didn't have this game live right here on CVM TV, Lyle, and you told me that Stats would be leading Calabar 3-1 in the 70th minute, I'd say how? You know, it's not the kind of scoreline that I would have envisioned coming in. But again, there have been some mistakes from Calabar, mistakes from Stats as well, which Calabar haven't taken advantage of. There's a missed penalty from Calabar, and it's a moment they'll, I'm sure, look back at after this contest and think that was a glorious opportunity where the outcome of the game could have been hinging on whether that was scored or missed. In football, you talk about game states. You score that one and the game state changes and you can have a completely different outcome. As it was, he missed and it remained 1-1. Stats took a 2-1 lead and then they've now gone up 3-1. There's some silky skill there, and Calabar still in possession. Shot comes in and he goes into touch, and Anthony McDonald coming off the bench for Calabar, and number 10 showing us a bit of what he can do just now, Lyle.
Yeah, really good play, good technique, and just a silky smooth dribbling to get through the lines. Got a bit fortunate at one moment when it wasn't cleared from Stats, but in the end it spooned into the feet of Kevon Campbell, and it was his shot that was deflected out for this corner kick. But an opportunity here for McDonald, who created the opportunity now to take the corner.
And the goalkeeper assured. Good goalkeeping from Gray. Launches that one early upfield. Tareen Hall giving chase. Like a 100-meter sprinter just now. But even he wasn't quick enough to catch up to that one. And it's going to be a goal kick.
The surprising nature of the scoreline, as again, Calabar play things out. It was Kedar Miller, and his pass went straight into the feet of a Stats attacker. Tried to take it first time, catch him out, but again, you see Miller with the apologetic hands in the air.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'd love to have any of these Calabar defenders as family members in this time of year, Lyle, because they give gifts all the time. They are on the right hand side. This cross coming in now, and Stats not clearing their lines fully. Substitute McDonald tries to get on it so he can work something. Stats though retrieve possession. Give it away though, St. Andrew Technical. McDonald to Larmond. Larmond trying to surge forward. The referee says no foul. And here come Calabar. Chance to get across. In Rankin. No numbers in the box so far for Calabar. Here's Larmond, who's probably thinking about a shot from distance. Decides against it. McDonald tries a shot of his own. I think he was probably aiming more for the far post there. Miskicked. Goalkeeper gleefully accepts.
And again, just trying that time. Calabar defender to head it back into the arms of Kedar Miller. Misjudged it, got it wrong. And the ball has gone out for a St. Andrew technical corner kick, and it was Davian Smith there. And you can see his stats, not even really in any hurry to push men forward. You can understand, given, as you said earlier, the game state currently. In command, in control. Calabar just had a couple of opportunities, and now Stats looking to take some sting out of it. As you see again, the wind is howling. It's a massive factor. And Miller will have more work to do in goal for Calabar.
Cross coming in from Hall. Miller underneath the ball and was flapping. Luckily for him though, the ball went into touch. No Stats player was on the end of it.
Give it away again, Calabar.
Marvin Henry though can't keep possession. Now here comes Jaheim Rankin. Oh, that's a poor pass. And just about sums up Calabar in this second half. So far, they've been a different team, and not in a good way, this Calabar outfit. In the second 45, and the Stats have really taken command of this contest. Calabar though, as we've said, some really unforced errors, not helping themselves in possession, out of possession. And it's a reflection, or the scoreline is a reflection of their play, it must be said, so far in the second half.
Yeah, and Stats deserving of this lead, but it's, to be fair, as once again we look to come forward with Kevin Hall.
Hall trying to find an opening, trying to find an angle, cuts it back across. And it's easily taken this time by Miller.
Yeah, I was saying, it's not, they're deserving of their lead, but it's not as if St. Andrew Technical have had to be that great in this game. They've been clinical, they've been good. They've had spells, but overall, this isn't even to me one of their best performances.
And that is a 50-50 challenge. The Stats supporters, I think, appealing for a penalty. The referee says no foul. And Terrian Hall is back to his feet for Stats.
Yeah, to the naked eye, that one looked like even more of a penalty than maybe the one that was given for Calabar. Obviously, we're further away from it than the referee is, but I thought maybe that was a bit late from the Calabar defender, but nonetheless, no penalty given.
Yeah, and another card has come out, has been shown to a Calabar player. Well, I know a Stats player has been carded, I think. Yeah. Here we are again in that previous play.
Terrian Hall, I think he gets the ball before the defender. Maybe in the referee's mind, he isn't in control of the ball because it went straight back into the arms of the goalkeeper. He got there first and then looked like he was just taken out by the defender. As you said, no penalty given that time. And we'll resume with a Stats free kick with Kenardo Gordon. And then, as you were saying earlier, that before the thought was interrupted, that it's, if he told you coming in that after 70 minutes it would have been 3-1, you would have been a bit surprised. I think especially with the nature of Calabar's 2-2 draw with KC, it was a big result. That as a turn, swivel and shot there from Stats, it's not going to be kept in here by Marvin Henry. He said the result is surprising, and we've had a fair few surprising results since the resumption of schoolboy football after the 5-week break and the passage of Hurricane Melissa. And of course, that break in play, players having a lot on their minds, players having not as much training, breaking their flow. They were in full flow in the competition, and then having to take that much time away from the game obviously would have had an impact in not just this game or this result, but a lot of the results that we've been seeing around both the Manning Cup and the Costa Cup. Results that we would have thought of been surprising as Rankins is a strike from distance from Larmon. Rankins' initial pass that went into the box was deflected away. But overall, can't discount how much that stunted a lot of teams' momentum in the competition. And since the restart, we've seen some good performances from a lot of teams, but in a fair few games, especially games that I've been calling, we've spoken a lot about the play maybe being not as sharp. And I certainly think that is a big part of it, a massive part of it for these teams, and especially it's been a part of it for Calabar today.
Yeah, so just confirmation of saw a card being shown to Kenardo Gordon, one of the goal scorers for St. Andrew Technical, a yellow card. Just now, before that, there was a yellow card to Shankino Grant and Kevon Campbell. So Grant, of course, of Stats, Campbell of Calabar. So we've seen more cards as the game has gone on. Of course, we saw O'Brien Marks being dismissed for 2 bookable offences. See Calabar here, try to come forward. That one is going to be offside though.
Yeah, Kevon Campbell just made his run a bit too early, but I think the referee is actually going to give a yellow card here.
Is that to Gordon? Because Gordon is already on a yellow card. Is it? Okay, so this is... Yeah, that's 1 yellow card to Kenardo Gordon. Here's Peyton Larmon now for Calabar. 80th minute. Stats leading 3-1. Calabar down to 10 players. Rankin trying to get something to happen. That's going to be the flag up on the far side and an easy offside call. You get the feeling as Calabar try to go in search of a goal here that Stats may very well find themselves in a really nice position to kind of just pick them off and get even another goal. This might not be the end of the goal scoring in this contest, as we see a nice turn there from Kevin Hall.
Yeah, and the red card for Mark certainly took a lot of the sting out of this game. I think for Calabar, as you see, good challenge there from Hall. It's really stifled them. St. Andrew Technical, it's given them more space to work with, but good defending from Joshua Henry.
It's an early ball forward. Campbell trying to just get a boot on it, doesn't. Rankin. Here's this one out to McDonald. McDonald further out to the left here. Ball comes back to Rankin. Rankin trying to play it down the flank. Doesn't find its way to Brian. Throwing it to Calabar.
Yeah, neither just really on the same page there. Rankin thought that Brian would have made the run immediately down the line and just had too much on his pass. And I mean, Stats still not quite completely out of the woods. 81 minutes played in this game. If Calabar were to get a goal now, it would make a hairy finish for Stats.
Calabar just wants something that their number 11 Kevon Campbell can feed off. There's no foul call there. Rankin, yeah, just again not on the same wavelength as his overlapping fullback. Ball blasted back to the opposite side of the field. Miller controls it. Plays it back upfield. Comes Anthony McDonald, the substitute again. Plays it to Francesco Reed. Reed trying to pick out the run of Keshawn Palmer. That one though was telegraphed and easily read.
Yeah, substitutes being prepared for Calabar. You can see in the bottom of your picture, maybe just one final roll of the dice for Jeremy Miller as Rankin comes forward.
Lunging tackle there, referee says no foul. And Palmer. Francesco Reed trying to make something happen for Calabar. Saw Keshawn Palmer trying to make the run overlapping, but losing out. Here's Terrain Hall now. And this is a 3-on-2. Stats though don't make use of it. And you can hear the frustration, audible frustration from the Stats technical support staff.
And I mean, that's the opportunity to kill off the game there. It just looked so lackadaisical from Terrain Hall. As we said, 3-on-1. Confirmation here of the substitution for Calabar's Nashawn Benjamin coming on for Kevon Campbell, who has had, I mean, calling it a bad day would be an understatement for him. But I mean, you have an opportunity there for Hall to kill off the game, and really just too lax in the play. More Calabar subs coming, as Jaden Edwards is coming on as well. And then also it's going to be Deshaun Nelson on in place of Jaheim Rankin. As well as Kenil Peters on.
Yeah, so ringing the changes, Coach Jeremy Miller. You mentioned one last throw of the dice. I think in any case, an opportunity for some French players really to get a taste of the action, but I'm not going to suggest that Coach Miller is throwing in the white flag or the white towel here, Lyle. I think he's really trying to give his team the best opportunity to salvage something. As we said, they'll be trying to at least get a draw. It's a tall task. Less than 5 minutes of regular time to go, plus any time added for stoppages, which I would think that there should be, I won't say a hefty amount, but a good amount of stoppage time.
Yeah, I mean, there were 3 minutes of stoppage time in the first half, and we had Jaheim Gray going down 3 or 4 times, so maybe this time around, maybe 4 or 5 minutes for Calabar to try and salvage something. But so far in the second half, they haven't really shown much promise at all, as again Stats will try and come forward with Henry.
Yeah, more space is opening up now for St. Andrew Technical to go forward as Calabar try to chase something. And it could be an opportunity for Philip Williams' outfit to get another goal, which will be good for them. Goal difference can become very important in the final game. This one is played forward. Remember, Stats would go to 3 points with this. Oh, look at the goalkeeping. Oh, my word. That one, under pressure from Marvin Henry. The goalkeeper, Kedar Miller, makes a spill. And even Henry has a wry smile, knowing that that one was pure luck. Gives a hug to Shankino Grant. Don't know who's going to get credited with the goal in the end. We're going to see the replay. But what we do know is that Stats have gone into a 4-1 lead.
Yeah,
and if he's gotten the touch on it, Lyle, that would be the hat-trick.
Yeah, it is a hat-trick for Marvin Henry. As you see the ball over top again, not defended well enough by Calabar. Tried to head it out twice, did Joaquin Bryan. Hooked towards the goalkeeper, and I mean, Kedar Miller, it's an awful moment. And I was speaking earlier about the fact that Marvin Henry had scored 2 scrappy goals, make that maybe the scrappiest hat trick I've ever seen in schoolboy football. But again, he will certainly not care. Up to 18 goals this season for Marvin Henry and Calabar for them. That is pretty much going to be them for the Manning Cup this season. And with that result, huge result for Stats. They go up onto 3 points, or they will go up onto 3 points and set up a really interesting third meeting between Stats and Vauxhall on the final day of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, as we said, not the most memorable hat trick in the world, but certainly a forgettable day for goalkeeper Kedar Miller of Calabar, and he will be having nightmares about this particular performance, and will be, I think, just anxious to get a next opportunity to right the wrongs of this particular performance. 4-1 to Stats, hat trick to Marvin Henry, a goal as well for Kenardo Gordon, and as you mentioned, important 3 points, vital 3 points for Philip Williams and his team. And I mentioned the fact that goal difference could become crucial in that final clash, because if they end up on 4 points and one of Eltham or Vauxhall end up on 4 points, as we see another attack here by St Andrew Technical, and almost a carbon copy of the previous situation. But yes, Stats could end up on 4 points, and one of Eltham or Vauxhall could end up on 4 points, and then it could come down to goal difference as to who goes through from the group. And so Philip Williams and his team will be acutely aware of that, and will be happy that they now have 3 goals to the good, because remember, they lost their first game 4-1. And so they were -3 in goal difference. So with this +3, they'll go 0 goal difference. And at least they won't be in that negative anymore. Could be the difference between them going through to the semis and bowing out at the quarterfinal round stage.
Yeah, and a win for Eltham would make things a lot easier for Stats going into that final day. If Eltham are to win this afternoon, it'll dot down Vauxhall's goal difference, which currently stands at +1, and it would mean that they both enter that game on 3 points, with Stats having at that point a superior goal difference. Well, depending on how many goals Eltham would win by if they do win that game, but it can all set up an instance where Stats can go through with a draw if their goal difference is better. So there's a lot of permutation still, but as things stand, Stats have given themselves the best possible opportunity to go through from this stage with this 4-1 win over Calabar. And as I said, the game against Vauxhall will be must-see TV.
Indeed it will be, as we see a couple of changes here for St Andrew Technical. Israel McKenzie, one of those entering the fray.
St Andrew Technical High School, number 9, Terrain Hall.
Yeah, and also
number 21.
number 21 Israel McKenzie on, and then number 19 Mark Henry also on for Stats.
Shankino Grant and Terrain Hall removed.
Henry in the 90+1 minute of play.
So we're 1:25 into the 4 minutes added for stoppages, and St Andrew Technical still on the hunt for more. A substitute though, not finding any space. Here's Marvin Henry, again the hat-trick hero for Stats, just blasting that one over the bar.
Yeah, he could have had about 6 goals today, Marvin Henry, for being honest. That chance early on in the first half that he elected to pass, but he's won the ball back again, Marvin Henry.
Done that so many times, has Marvin Henry. Cross coming in, low cross. Again, the goalkeeper very, very shaky in goal. Does take it eventually though.
Yeah,
the substitute chance, Anthony McDonald for Calabar.
Chance that just went for Marvin Henry, another really good one. Did so well to get the ball into space, but again, just got too much under the shot, eventually flying over the bar. But he's had a fair few chances. He'll be happy with a hat-trick, but he might just be kicking himself that he doesn't have more goals today to add to his tally.
There's Henry passing to the substitute, Mark Henry. And this one, a shot coming in from Mark this time, not Marvin.
And the brothers, they're looking to combine. As Marvin, with his latest goal, the hat-trick goal, he's fired himself into the top 3 scorers in the Manning Cup this season, up onto 18 goals, only behind Deshaun Byfield of KC, who's already gone out, as well as Sean Layton of Mona, who's also already gone out. So he's the top scorer of the players remaining in the competition on 18 goals. And there's his brother skipping away from a challenge, but Calabar win it back. It's a stats throw.
Yeah, final rights being read out for Calabar here as that hat-trick goal, the final nail in the coffin for the green and black, and it's going to be disappointing to know that you have another game left actually to play in this round, and no chance of qualifying for the next round. You mentioned their attentions will have to turn to the knockout Walker Cup competition as the referee has brought an end to the contest. Referee Wilson having seen enough with a player down for Calabar. He's being attended to by the medical team, but that is the full 90 minutes. St. Andrew Technical running out 4-1 winners over Calabar and putting a big performance in. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll give you highlights and stats.
Into the issues. We'll take you beneath the surface.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Orville Higgins, and it's another edition of Fan Central.
Talking to the people at the heart of the top sporting stories. Hear from your favorite sportsmen and women and the administrators who work tirelessly to make it all happen. It's live sports talk.
I've written an entire article.
Yes.
Looking at all the major issues every Tuesday at 9 p.m. It's Fan Central.
The rivalry is back and the stakes are sky high. This December, Jamaica's Sunshine Girls storm into London to face England's Vitality Roses in a 2-match Horizon Netball Series showdown. And we're bringing every second to you live on CBM. On Saturday, December 13 and Sunday, December 14, cheer on the Sunshine Girls as they defend their dominance. Match time, 9 a.m. 2 teams, 2 battles, 1 island. Battered but not broken. Feel the speed, the energy, the fire. Sunshine Girls versus Vitality Roses, live from the Copper Box Arena. See it happen only on CVM TV and CVMTV.com.
Every dream conquered is another dream gained. I land and I fly again like a jet plane. Headed straight in your direction, 'cause I'm wiser, one step closer. I'm winning 'cause I work so hard. And the music keeps on playing, and the people them I say we are my show tonight.
internationally acclaimed On Stage with Winford Williams.
At a new time, Saturdays at 8 p.m. on CBM TV.
So much more than entertainment.
All right, welcome back to Stadium East Field, where St. Andrew Technical have dispatched Calabar by 4-1 in this quarter-final round encounter in the Issa Manning Cup, and the Stats getting their first points of the quarter-final round, and Calabar will see their quest for Manning Cup glory come to a screeching halt, as they will not be able to make progress to the last 4. Here are the highlights at full time. And this one was action-packed from early on. Defensive mistakes being made. Marvin Henry, who you'll hear a lot from a little later on in this highlights package, where you'll see a lot from, spurning that particular opportunity. And then Jaheim Rankin, who was a danger man for Calabar all game long, finding O'Brien Marks, who put that one away to give Calabar the lead in just the 5th minute of play. A good finish from the man O'Brien Marks for Calabar. There were hugs at that point, but soon Stats found themselves on level pegging. Marvin Henry just sticking the big boot out. Long legs of Marvin Henry working to good effect there to bring it to 1-1. And then a flashpoint in the contest. Rankin brought down in the box. Penalty awarded by referee Karen Wilson, but Larman stepped up and was not able to dispatch the spot kick from 12 yards out, hitting the crossbar, and it remained 1-1. Calabar, though, just handing out gifts left, right and centre, and this one was not taken advantage of by St. Andrew Technical, but they kept pressing St. Andrew Technical, and eventually they got the go-ahead goal. It was Kenardo Gordon who was able to slot it home from the left boot to give Stats a 2-1 lead. And then Gordon playing this one over the top. Ball being rolled across to Marvin Henry, who was able to turn it on target, and goalkeeper Kedar Miller won't want to be seeing that one again. Again, another pivotal moment in the contest. The man wearing the captain's armband for Calabar, O'Brien Marks, just kicking the ball away in frustration, and referee Karen Wilson giving him a second yellow card, and just like that he was dismissed from the contest, and the Calabar were reduced to 10 players. We spoke about Calabar being architects of their own downfall, and their captain not helping the situation there. And they were 3-1 down, and they were a man down, and then this one came across. Kedar Miller, questionable goalkeeping, and as ever, Johnny on the spot. Marvin Henry hanging around in and around the 6-yard box and profiting from that particular mistake. There's a tail of the tape. Shots 12 to Stats, 11 to Calabar, 6 on target for Stats, 5 for Calabar. Lots of fouls, 19 committed, 10 for Stats. And we see 6 cards, of course, 6 yellow cards, 4 for Calabar. There was a 1 dismissal, O'Brien Marks being sent off. 7 corners, 4 for Calabar, and Stats winning the battle of possession. Janae Robinson, as usual, standing by pitch side with some interviews for us.
We came out, we got the early goal that we were looking for. We got the penalty. We gave up a soft goal, but I think the soft goal plus the penalty got to the mental side of the guys, and after that it was just a side that I didn't recognize.
Yes, you talk about moments, a lot of moments of fight and just chances for you and your boys today, but not the chance that the outcome that you would have wanted. What positives though can you take away from today's performance?
Right now I'm not seeing any positives. We're utterly disappointed. We know we can play much better, and we expected to get something out of this game. So to exit this competition in this manner is disheartening.
as for you, it is disheartening, and I'm sure for your boys as well. How do you lift them up as a group after today's result?
That's probably going to be tough, but we're going to try. We have a lot of students who will not be coming back next year.
Yeah.
But we just have to find a way to lift the spirits to finish out the season.
All right, Coach. Thank you.
Thanks.
And now we welcome the head coach of St. Andrew Technical, Coach Philip Williams. This was a big turnaround result for you, Coach, especially considering the recent head-to-head history. What do you think made a difference in your performance today?
We corrected the mistakes that we made in the Eltham game. I think we had problem playing out at the back in the Eltham game, so we corrected that. Today, if you ask me, it was not one of our prettiest games, but one of our most effective in terms of what we wanted to do and where we wanted Calabar to play.
It's funny that you say that because your attack finally clicked again with 4 goals at the end of the day. Was there anything specific that you worked on in training that you saw translate in today's game?
More about mentality, working on them on the mental part of it. We know we always create chances, but in terms of our conversion rate, it wasn't going for us in the second round. Today it all came together and we are happy for that.
With confidence and momentum now behind you, what's the message to the group moving forward for the rest of your fixture?
We have to stay grounded. Vauxhall is a good team. They have been playing well all season, so we have to stay grounded and focus on the job. The job is not complete as yet until after the game Friday. So we just have to stay focused, stay grounded, and continue working hard.
All right, Coach, all the best.
Yeah, man, thanks.
You heard it from both coaches. And here's the Birds' top striker of the game, none other than the hat-trick hero, Marvin Henry. And Marvin Henry, the big, tall centre forward for St. Andrew Technical, a big part of why they were able to win this contest so convincingly. And here are a look at some of his goals as Marvin Henry has been awarded the Birds' top striker. Of course, sponsored by none other than Burt's Auto Parts. 3 goals today, 17 goals on the season for the lanky centre forward for St. Andrew Technical. That was the completion of the hat-trick for Marvin Henry. That's the completion of our coverage of this particular contest. But stay with us as we'll have the second match of the doubleheader coming to you in a short while. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us. We're back with more right after this.
CVM Sports Issa Schoolboy Football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, True Shake, Powerade, Burt's Auto Parts.
Thank you for keeping it locked right here to High School Pitchside, and we're continuing with our Da Costa Cup discussion, and the quarterfinals kick off this Saturday right here on CVM television with all matches slated for 3 p.m. In Group 1, Cornwall College and McGrath face off with Glenmuir hosting Kempshill in the Clarendon Derby. Over in Group 2, Dintale will tackle Christiana, and in what I consider to be the game of the weekend, St. Elizabeth Technical host Clarendon College in what is expected to be a hot match. All right, so some interesting facts for you guys. Stets and Clarendon College have met only twice in the DaCosta Cup in the last decade. Clarendon College won both games with a 1-0 score in the round of 16 in 2023 and a 3-0 victory in the 2014 final. But Stets have managed to beat Clarendon College in the Ben Francis Cup 2 times in the last few seasons. Lyle, thank you for sticking around. No, he's a busy man. First of all, the big match, Stets versus CC. What are your predictions going to that match?
I mean, I'm no prediction guru like Leger Williams himself, but so him claim. But it's definitely going to be a very hotly contested match. Stets, as I said, for me, are one of the 2 best teams in the DaCosta Cup, and I think they're going to make it to the DaCosta Cup final this year. So by proxy, that would mean I have them beating Clarendon College in this fixture, but I don't think it's going to be an easy game to call at all.
Right. And Gio, as we've been alluding to in weeks prior, Clarendon College are going through a rebuild. So regardless of them making the quarterfinals, do you think it's a victory nonetheless, whether or not they progress?
I mean, when you make it to the quarterfinals, their name is Clarendon College. You're automatically going to start looking, okay, we're this far. How far can we get? Clarendon College has had a very mean defense this season, so they have scored a lot of goals, but they've managed to keep out the opponent a lot of the times. Can they beat Stets? It's a tough one to call, but regardless, I think it's success. This season for them is success. Yeah.
Lyle, CC only scored 39 goals this season. Are you concerned about the low output in front of goal?
Definitely. I think, as Gio said, it's been sort of a transition season for them, and it's been their defense that they've been riding on, and the lack of goals is definitely a struggle that they have to deal with. But I mean, when you have a good defense, as we say, wins titles. But their lack of goals, I think, when they come up against a team like Stets, is going to be their undoing.
Right.
But we've seen them keep out Dintil.
Yeah, we did. We did see them keep out Dintil, but I think Stets are a different animal. And I think the fact that, like I said, round 1 they struggled a bit, but coming into the round of 32, 3 wins from 3. Coming into the round of 16, playing against a team like Ocho Rios, who in the first round.
But they only have 1 defeat so far this season, so you don't think that count for something?
Yeah, it definitely does, but I just think that when you look at the teams stacked up against each other and I look at Stets results in comparison to Clarendon College results, it's really and truly the games that Stets have played and the wins that they have are what's moving me a lot. And like I said, the Ocho Rios win over Ocho Rios, a very good team, handled them 3-0, boxed them up. And I think that was really the game for me that was, I sat up and I said, all right, Stets, I'm looking at you, I'm saying you. So for this game, I think Clarendon College defense has to be up to their top game, but like I said, it will be a tough one, but I have Stets.
Just to add one more thing that I want to add, right? Over the years that we've seen Clarendon College and Dintil play each other, Clarendon College has always gotten the better.
CVM Television is the official broadcaster of ISA Schoolboy Football 2025. Unauthorized recording, broadcast or streaming of matches or related events is strictly prohibited. CVM Sports ISA Schoolboy Football is brought to you by KFC, Ping Pong, Catch, Water, Pringles, True Shake, Powerade, Burt's Auto Parts.
Now it's time for the big one, the marquee matchup on this day as we pause for the national anthem, Charlie Smith High up against Jamaica College. Teams greet each other. And this is going to be an intense battle. Zone A. top of the table clash in the quarterfinals of the Manning Cup. Two teams of different stories, different histories. Two teams that, of course, want the same thing. Charlie Smith, a team that obviously has been all about restoring their history. 3 championships they have. They'd like to get a 4th. The closest they've come is in 2021 when they were in the semifinals then. Well, they'll hope that they can get back there. Jamaica College, they have gone where no other team has gone in this competition. Almost untouchable, really. They have more than 30 titles. But they face a team that don't need 30 titles. They just need 90 minutes.
Number 6, Donald Stewart. Number 7,
Charlie Smith are going to put up a fight that I'm sure
number 8,
the True Blue
number 10,
would not want.
number 13, Javier Grant.
Captains meet in the middle now for the toss. Andre Langford on your left. And his opposite number, Dante Logan.
Number 21.
For Jamaica College. My name is Gerard Morris-Sealy. I'm still alongside Lyle Anthony Gold. And Lyle, your initial thoughts on this game?
I mean, I think that it's going to be one of the bigger tests so far for Jamaica College in the Manning Cup. The last televised game we had for them was that 2-2 draw against Mona, and it was a game of 2 halves where in the second half they really took their eye off the ball. But for them, they'll be refocused. They know that a win today books their spot in the quarterfinals, but it won't be easy at all. Charlie Smith, a team undefeated in the knockout stages so far, went through the second round, no losses, 2 wins and a draw, scoring 9 goals, only conceding 4. Their opening victory in this quarterfinals, has led them into this game in some really good form. It's going to be a fantastic game. As you see the standings currently, Charlie Smith leading the way.
Yeah.
Same goal difference, but I assume at that point you put it down to the alphabetical order of the teams' names. But both teams on 3 points. Both teams know that they're really looking for a victory today to book their spot. But I'm expecting fireworks between 2 very, very good teams.
Yeah, both teams coming off 2-1 wins. There is Charlie Smith's history personified on the touchline. I'm sure you'll see him again shortly. But yeah, both teams unblemished so far in the quarterfinals. Jamaica College with the kickoff. 7 times in 13 years that they've met these two teams. 6 times Jamaica College coming away with a win, the other one in a draw. So Charlie Smith have not yet beaten this team in recent history, but they hope that they can change that today. It's all about passion versus prestige in this encounter. And I'm expecting something very, very entertaining at Stadium East.
As you see, also could be a very pressure from Charlie Smith. As JC in their traditional code is going from left to right. Charlie Smith going from right to left. All jerseys this season, of course, brought to us by Soccer Express, main kit sponsor of Issa Schoolboy Football in 2025. So massive shout out, of course, to Soccer Express.
Jamaica College with the early throw. Nothing that they can make up off of it, so let's see how Charlie Smith can respond to it. Pass forward. Neo Drummond, who has 7 goals this season, he'll be one of the danger men for Charlie Smith. Of course, their leading talisman is Anthony Bryan. 12 goals this season, including a hat trick early on in the first round against St. Catherine. Charlie Smith coming away with a win in that encounter.
It was a huge win, a huge 4-1 win, and he was really he was in the round of 16, and he was really the main man for them on that day. As you said, 12 goals this season. He's going to have to be in tip-top form if they are to come in with a victory today. He is certainly the main man to watch for Charlie Smith, and if you're talking about Jamaica College, it's really and truly going to be Jamon Lyle, who's since coming into the season as JC come forward.
Still have a chance, but in the end it goes into the safe hands of Julius Clark.
Ever since Lila's come into the team this season, he's only played 6 games so far. Already got 4 goals with a couple of assists to boot. Such a big talent he is, and we'll be looking out for him in this game as well. But this JC team, Gerard, packed full of so much talent.
JC coming forward. That's a beautiful ball played forward, and Howell is behind that one. He serves that one up into the box, and it's cleared away. Grant not able to do anything with that one. Charlie Smith coming the other way. Passed out wide, and that's a nice turn from Drummond. That's the type of game that we're going to be in for, folks, and we're only 4 minutes in.
It's certainly going to be an interesting tactical battle as well. JC, a team that we know like to play out from the back, and as soon as I've said it, a bit of commentators' curse there as they play the ball straight out, but a team that love possession, that like to play through the thirds, and we heard from their coach that it was one of the things that shot them in the foot in that Mona game, maybe wanting to be too cute, too pretty with the play. But today they'll try and start that way again.
Here they come forward again. Berger, 11 goals he has this season. He's been phenomenal for Jamaica College. Whips in this cross. No one there to collect, but it's still with JC. They're trying to reset and come again to Jamaica College. They, as I mentioned, have gone where no other team has gone in the Manning Cup. Not even close to them. 31 titles. They haven't won since 2022, but they'll be hoping that they can get back on top where they feel they belong. They have won titles since 2022, winning the Walker Cup. Here they come. Shot from, that's a blazing shot, and it's a goal. This is what it's all about in the quarterfinals. And it looks like Jamon Lyle gets his 5th goal this season. True Blue, in effect, Jamaica College up 1-0.
Yeah, it's a really horrible moment for Julius Clark. Jamon Lyle picked up the ball in that half space where he loves to so often. He unleashed a vicious strike towards goal that caught the goalkeeper unawares. As we take another look at it, he just picked up the ball, shifting away from one challenge. He just glides on it, doesn't he? Yeah, it's a dipping shot, but you have to expect the goalkeeper Julius Clark to do a bit better, but Lyle put his entire boot behind that one. A bit fortunate, but he won't care. And it's more suspect goalkeeping. We saw a lot in that first game and some early in the second one as well.
JC wasting no time on trying to get that second one, so we didn't have to wait long for our first goal. Yeah, that was indeed an ambitious strike, and it proved dividends for Jamaica College. Does well to keep it inside. Does Grant, but into the hands of the goalkeeper Julius Clark.
Yeah, and that's the last thing you want if you're a goalkeeper against. I think the ball was just rolling that time, so they'll have to retake it. But early on, the first strike that you face, it just instills confidence in the attackers of JC that, listen, let's get some more shots at goal. Let's put Julius Clark under some pressure, and you have to assume that I mean, now even from distance, JC will not be hesitant to pull the trigger at any moment in this game. Gonna have to retake this throw in.
Jamaica College. Holding true to what they've seen this season, what we've seen from them this season. Fantastic possession play. Holding onto the ball as long as they can, but trust me, Charlie Smith is no slouch of a team. Charlie Smith, they have a chance now for the equalizer. Just straight into the arms of Dennis. Could have done better there, you think, Orlando Grant.
Yeah, and you saw immediately what I mentioned earlier and what JC coach Raymond Watson has been saying about his defense, that sometimes they just like to be a bit too cute in possession, and they have to know, as he said in his post-game interview against Mona, they have to know when it's time to boot it clear. That time nearly presenting, well, they did present Charlie Smith with a golden opportunity. That time they couldn't take it.
Referee waves off the cries of a foul. Charlie Smith doing whatever they can to keep this possession. He's back with Jamaica College. Yeah, they've met each other at every phase of this competition except the quarterfinals. This is the first time they're meeting in the quarterfinals for, well, in 13 years, these two teams. They've met even in a final, that was back in 2014. Jamaica College obviously winning that encounter. No foul as Charlie Smith come away with it. Still going forward. Nice passage of play here for the boys from South St. Andrew. That one getting away from Pringle. Pringle gets it back though. Can he square this one? It's out for a corner after some last-ditch defender there from Gavir Grant.
Yeah, good passage of play from Charlie Smith, initially from Roberts in the defense to win it back and drive it forward, and now giving themselves an opportunity here. First corner kick of the game for them. First opportunity to put some pressure on Marshall Dennis.
Sent inside from the... It's a bit too much power on that one, and goes over and shepherded out by Joshua King, and it's a goal kick for Jamaica College. We're 10 minutes in. Jamaica College with an early lead after a bit of brilliance from Jamon Lyle. His goal coming in the 6th minute.
And you really have to do better from set pieces if you're Charlie Smith, because well, in the Mona game we saw Marshall Dennis, when he's put under pressure, he can make some mistakes. He made a mistake in that game, giving away a penalty. We've already seen a big goalkeeping mistake in this game, as JC again just exploiting the space, playing through the press of Charlie Smith, and now they've got it on this left side.
Long ball sent forward, searching for Berger. Lyle's a goal scorer behind that one, but comes to infringement, and Charlie Smith will get the ball. Here's Jamaica College now. This is what they play. This is how they play. They have a chance now to create something. Ball sent out wide to Grant. Grant shifts one. Trying to get past the other. Coming into some pressure there, and it's cleared well. Jamaica College will keep this one. Throwing for them. Switching the wing now, trying to go down the left-hand side. Oh, that's a lovely ball out wide to Lyles, who tries to square it, and here's the shot from Berger is averted by Clark, parrying that one away. They could have had our second goal for this encounter, but Jamaica College at the moment are all over Charlie Smith, asserting their dominance.
Yeah, and you cannot afford to back off of JC too much. They can just pass you to death. This was a lovely slide rule ball into Jamon Lyle. Plays it across really well, and it's a fantastic block initially, and then at full stretch, Julius Clark had to get there, and he did. And it's going to be Lyle to take this corner kick into the swirling wind inside Stadium East. Goes short though.
Low cross, low pass rather. And Charlie Smith giving possession right back to Jamaica College.
Yeah, you really can't afford to sit back off of this JC team too much, because it can quickly turn into death by 1,000 passes. And you saw with that move, just working it from right to left and then through the phases. And when you have a team running around chasing shadows, spaces can open up in a blink of an eye. That time it did for Jamon Lyle, who does so well when it comes to drifting into those spaces, finding the pockets of room. And here's another pocket of space right on halfway line, and JC have beaten the press once again.
JC going forward as they've done so well for the past 13 minutes. Nicely done there by Howell to get away from the sliding defender. Charlie Smith, they get it back momentarily. Have to find a way to come forward now, Charlie Smith, and they're unlucky. Lyle, nice ball into their center forward, Berger. Forces the throw. Sent inside. Just had one to aim for. Lovely piece of footwork there by Pringle, trying to go the other way. Eugene Williams. They call him Big Head. 1988, he was the captain of the Charlie Smith team that won their first Manning Cup title. And he says in their 50th anniversary that maybe the stars align for them to win their first title in 30 years. And his keeper is down right now. For some attention, Julius Clark. You were saying, Lyle?
Yeah, I mean, early on in this game, 15 minutes played here, Charlie Smith, whenever they've gotten the ball and tried to go down this left side, it's been through George Pringle. Hasn't got the best of the defenders so far, but they're going to have to try and make the most of every opportunity, as this is another look at the goal. Jamon Lyle turns on a sixpence and then striking from around about 25 to 30 yards, and awful moment for Julius Clark. It's one of those ones that goalkeepers hate to deal with. It bounces right in front of him. It's swerving and dipping, but again, I think if you give him that strike 10 times, he'll save it 9 times out of 10. So unfortunate for Clark, and as Dennis is also down, both goalkeepers now receiving treatment. But that moment of initial magic from Jamon Lyle has given us the opening goal of this game, and as I said, Charlie Smith they've tried to come down this left side so far in this game, and they're going to have to try and make the most of any opportunity that they do get, because the early indications have been that JC will try and keep a hold of things.
Yeah, so both coaches have had a chance to speak to their charges, and as Charlie Smith through Dominic Barnes take this throw, we'll see how things change. 1-0 Jamaica College, they're up And they've been dominating this game so far. A wayward shot there by Orlando Grant, and nothing comes up of it other than a goal kick for Jamaica College.
Yeah, speculative that time, but it can tend to happen when you don't have much of the ball and players pick it up on the edge of the box trying to work the goalkeeper. We saw it with Jamal Nile earlier.
And it's something that Coach Eugene Williams has pretty much been talking about consistently. The temperament of his team, maturity. He wants them to focus a little bit more, not succumb to the pressure moments and thrive in them rather. Something that he's been very critical of his teams in previous years of, but it's something that he tries to instill in them. And hopefully they can listen and tap into what their coach tells them and prove, as they have done time and time again, that they're all about passion. Here's a chance for them. Charlie Smith trying to see if he can square this one. But this is good defending. Pressure there by Dante Logan. And Charlie Smith can only settle for the set piece, the corner. Barnes whipped this one in and fall on the goalkeeper, results in a goal kick for Jamaica College, a free kick rather for Jamaica College as we approach 20 minutes, just gone past the 19-minute mark, and not much to separate these teams other than the one goal from Jamaica College, but they've also been pretty dominant when it comes to possession. Charlie Smith, they haven't gotten much of the ball. When they get the ball, they lose it, give it right back as quickly as they get it.
And again, JC now just looks like they want to bait out that press before playing through it, and they've beaten that first line and now they go long.
Trying to get away from the defender is Berger. And Jamaica College they do this so well. They soak up the pressure, keep the ball as long as they can, and then make their move. Quite entertaining to watch.
Yeah, that time Stewart couldn't quite break the lines with his pass from deep. He's been integral to the way that they play as well. The big centre half loves to play with the ball at his feet, and that's good play on the left side from JC.
That attack is broken down, but they have another chance to come forward. Charlie Smith, though, stopping that in his halts. Oh, nice little burst of speed there from George Pringle. Pringle now trying to get past his defender. He's shifting, he's shoving, and he gets past him. He's into the box.
And he gets the free kick.
Yeah, does well enough. George Pringle, a burst of speed at the last second to rush past his defender, and Logan could only try to hold on to him. The captain forced to commit the foul. Now this is pretty much what happened here. Here's Pringle stepping, trying to get past him. Logan was forced to hold on to him. There's a grab. Yeah, he certainly got away from Logan, did Pringle. And I could pretty much call that one a professional foul.
Yeah, definitely. As instructions being barked out from the sidelines as Charles Smith have a big chance here.
Oh, that's a fantastic shot. But off the post. My. Charlie Smith, they still have the chance and it's given away. Neo Drummond trying to find someone on the inside there. He had a few shots to service rather. Here's a free kick. Right off the post, almost into the back of the net. Wow. Dominic Barnes, he very lethal, he seems. That one swung to the back post and no one there to put it away.
And again, these set pieces for Charlie Smith. The first one that came back off the woodwork looked like it caught out Marshall Dennis, who was nowhere near it, and then the corner kick swung towards the back stick. A few Charlie Smith players were in the area, but again, Dennis let it go and there was nobody at the back stick to turn it home. So again, JC escaped from those two hairy moments.
Jamaica College though. And what we've seen ever since that small break, as Jamaica College comes forward, Berger gets away, Berger misses. A glorious chance to take his team 2-0 up. And the man that has been so reliable this season misses his first attempt on goal.
Yeah, Dwayne Berger will certainly want that one back. He did so well initially to skip away from the onrushing Julius Clark. But on that left foot, he just couldn't get his strike on target. And luckily for Charlie Smith, they escaped that time.
Apologies for the technical difficulties, but here's a look at that chance. Berger did well to skip away and just going left of the goal, and he was not able to get to that goal. Yeah, Julius Clark did well coming off his line and pretty much kind of threw him off. But here's a goal so far. This is why the score is 1-0 for Jamaica College. A bit of sensation, you can call it. Jamone Lyle, fantastic shot. He pulled the trigger from about 30 yards out. And it resulted in Clark being a little bit thrown off as the ball bounced in front of him and it landed into the back of the net. And Jamaica College, all they can do is celebrate that one. 1-0. Has been a fantastic game so far. We take a break and we come right back at Stadium East.
Of Fan Central.
Talking to the people at the heart of the top sporting stories. Hear from your favorite sportsmen and women and the administrators who work tirelessly to make it all happen. It's live sports talk.
I've written an entire article.
Yes.
Looking at all the major issues every Tuesday at 9 p.m. It's Fan Central.
We need to pass the ball quicker, much quicker. And you need to make sure I'm the coach. And I'm the assistant coach. No. Your job is to bring the water and keep us hydrated. Matter of fact, where's the water?
internationally acclaimed On Stage with Winfred Williams.
At a new time, Saturdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
So much more than entertainment.
Crispy, creamy, what a catch. So tasty. What a catch. With a caramel center. What a catch. And so much chocolate. Ooh, yeah. First it's crispy, then it's creamy. With so much chocolate, smooth and milky. And when you go a little deeper, you find caramel. Ooh, yeah. What a catch. Oh. What a catch. You know we love you. What a catch. Oh. First it's crispy, then it's creamy. What a catch.
The Lions roared into the quarterfinals after knocking off the champions, but were tamed in their opening last 8 encounter by Vauxhall. Now they must defend their pride on match day 2 as they go up against St. Andrew Technical High School. Stats are also wounded after a beating by Eltham in their opening match of the round. It's a potential must-win Manning Cup quarterfinal encounter for both teams. Kickoff is 2 p.m. at Stadium East. In the feature match of the doubleheader, the Dark Blues of Jamaica College test their title credentials against an impressive Charlie Smith outfit. 31-time champions JC and Charlie Smith both won their opening matches, so this marquee matchup should live up to the billing. Kickoff is 4:15 p.m. See it happen on CVM TV, CVMTV.com and CVM Television Jamaica on YouTube.
This is Jamaica's season for giving thanks for what matters. It's the time to show up, be there for each other, and to feed our hope for a brighter tomorrow. Celebrate being together with a KFC festive feast. Get the new festive 9 bucket. Proceeds from each festive feast purchase go towards hurricane relief. KFC is finger licking good.
We are back underway here at Stadium East. Apologies for the technical difficulties, but the scoreline still reads JC 1, Charlie Smith 0, as a Jamaica College player down off the ball, and it's DeJohnny Thompson on that far side. Half an hour played here at Stadium East, and it's that Jamon Lyle goal, if you're just joining us, that has separated these two sides, and it's going to be a slight break in play as Thompson receives some treatment.
Yeah, Jamaica College has really been dominant in this one, and Charlie Smith, they've been trying to play catch up. This team is really one that, these two teams, this is going to be a fierce battle between the two of them, because basically if they win, they seal their semi-final spot.
Yeah, indeed, it's a big time matchup, and JC would have been coming in favourites for most people, and most casual fans would look at this fixture and say, hey, JC have been the dominant team in the Manning Cup and in schoolboy football for the last however many years.
Yeah.
And Charlie Smith, for many people this season, have been a surprise package after their opening round where, as I said earlier, they lost 4 games in the first round. Since then, have gone undefeated in round 2, and now the opening game of the quarterfinals where they got a victory. So they've really grown into this competition, grown from strength to strength, and now they find themselves with a golden opportunity here if they are able to get back into this game to maybe get a result here and then go into that final game more assured of their position in this group. But as I said, JC have been the better team so far, but still so much football to play. 33 minutes on the clock, and JC get us back on the way.
Play continues now, and Charlie Smith will get a free kick here. I'm glad that you referred to the steps that they've been taking to get to this point. Both teams, Jamaica College, they've been perfect almost this season, undefeated up until this point. Charlie Smith. They've had a couple of blemishes, but ever since the end of the first round, they have looked smooth. Charlie Smith with a throw. And it's cleared away. Yeah, the atmosphere at Stadium East is something well, always to behold. It's pretty much the golden hour now for those who are into photography. And the Stadium East, a nice field for these players. Does host a lot of schoolboy football. It has over the years, as Berger turns away nicely, splitting those two defenders. Lyle, the goal scorer, goes back to his midfield. Jamaica College tried to reset and find another way to push, but here comes Charlie Smith, 2-on-2 now. They have a chance to get away here. And Orlando Grant can't do anything with that one.
Yes, expert defending from Donald Stewart initially to win or to put off the attacker without fouling, and then eventually to win the ball as Jamon Lyle again just gliding away from 2 and 3, trying to pick the lock though. Couldn't do it that time, but as I said, Donald Stewart, great defending.
Here we come. Drummond still. Not enough to get past the defender there. Lyle.
You see when JC win back the ball, there's really no rush. They wait on the movement. They found the movement and now the space. Good defending though from Charlie Smith, but they're so patient when they win the ball back. It's such a difficult thing for opposition players to deal with because they're so good at playing around the press. And again, Charlie Smith give it right back to JC.
Yeah, that's a familiar story for this half at least, with 9 minutes left to play. Jamaica College, they still have the ball, trying to find Berger in the inside. Can't find him at that point. Charlie Smith, they come away with it. Drummond is waiting and begging for Grant to find him. Grant is stuck on that flank. He gives it away to a teammate. Now that one is played into no man's land, and Dennis has it at his feet.
Again in no rush, and again Charlie Smith just giving the ball away at the crucial moment when they try and go direct. It's not really connecting with their runners. And every time you give the ball back to JC and give the ball back to this man, Jamon Lyle, you're in danger. Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh my goodness, lovely stuff there from Lyle. And he's stopped in his tracks there by Dominic Barnes, who has been good on both ends of the field for Charlie Smith, coming back to do his defensive work before going up to serve balls into the box. He also had that attempt earlier from the free kick, hitting the back post. And the referee having a word in here with Coach Eugene Williams.
Yeah, and we've heard him pretty much all first half. He's one of the more demonstrative figures that we have in schoolboy football. So vocal, tries to impart instructions and knowledge throughout the half for his team, and well, they nearly won it back, but again, they'll just shepherd it back to their goalkeeper, Dennis. But I think he just has to be a bit more careful here. Eugene Williams, you know, had a warning.
Yeah, saw a red card, well, a second yellow earlier. In the first game, Calabar, they lost their captain, O'Brien Marks. They also lost the game to St. Andrew Technical High School. Oh, that's a fantastic bit of play there from Jamon Lyle, and wasn't able to complete the pass though. Quite crafty he is. Very, very good on the ball. Drummond. Ball swung into the box. A little bit of miscommunication there between Dennis and his defender, but averted well the danger, but only results in a corner kick. So more danger for Jamaica College as Charlie Smith was set up for this cross from Anthony Bryan.
Yeah, we've spoken about it before, and we've seen already in this game Dennis have a couple of moments where he doesn't look the most confident, but Charlie Smith really and truly haven't quite put him under enough pressure. They haven't got enough balls into the box, haven't put in enough deliveries that would threaten him, and that time the mix-up between Dennis and Joshua King nearly presenting the opportunity to a Charlie Smith player that was onrushing, but nonetheless they will have a corner and another opportunity maybe to make Dennis work.
That's 5 in the box to aim for. There's Bryan. This one swung in. Still there for Charlie Smith. Davey. Jamaica College now on the break. Trying to see what they can do there. Oh, Howell puts it away. Jamaica College. Champions find a way, and Jamaica College have found theirs again. 2-0.
It's absolute magic. Pure magic from Jabari Howell. Picks up the ball inside his own half. It's a poor ball into the box. He picks up the ball on the edge of his own box. This first touch, brilliant. Puts one defender in the dust, turns on the afterburners. Another defender comes by, see you later. Falls on his backside and then sits the goalkeeper down. That is sensational stuff from a man of supreme quality in Jabari Howell. And he deserves to wheel away in celebration, because that is one of the best solo goals that we've seen all year. JC double their lead and Jabari Howell take a bow, son.
Yeah. And that's what this game is all about. Legacy. Pedigree is charging forward so far. But Charlie Smith, what can they do? 2-0 though is still they say it's the worst lead in football. So I know that Coach Raymond Watson and Jamaica College will not be satisfied with just a 2-0 lead, and they'll be trying to charge and add to that before.
I mean, they know all about it being the worst lead in football, because that was the exact situation in their game against Mona. 2-0 up at halftime, looking in cruise control. I wouldn't say it's a carbon copy this game, because Charlie Smith have struggled really to put them under any pressure, but they come forward again. As it's defended well by JC, but as I said, it's a very, very similar situation. And I'm more hesitant this game than I was in the Mona game, because in the Mona game I said that they look like they're going to just run away with things, but now you know that they have a tendency of taking their eye off the ball when they feel like they have a comfortable lead. But as you said, 2-0, one of the worst leads to have in football, because the next goal in this game, well, it either kills it off or it revives the contest.
Well, a little bit of news from the other zone, as foul there is committed on Drummond. Eltham leading Vauxhall High 2-0. So Eltham, who come into this one with a chance to seal their semi-final spot. They're trying to do so with a win, and pretty good start for them, just like Jamaica College here, 2-0 leaders against Vauxhall High. And in the DaCosta Cup at full time, Glenmuir, who have pretty much been stamping their ground all over the DaCosta Cup, they were 4-0 winners against McGrath. This one into the box and not collected cleanly by Dennis, but luckily enough for him, his defenders were able there to mop up. Jamaica College coming forward now. Bad pass there by Logan, but they still have it. Swing into the box, trying to find Lyle, and that one is skied over the crossbar. Served up to him on a platter. And the man who scored the first goal for Jamaica College could have made it 3-0, his second, but he was not able to do so.
Yeah, you really expect better from him there. It was more fantastic work on the left side from Jabari Howell. He won the ball back. You say it was a poor pass, it was. And look at the work rate from Jabari Howell. Won it back, again, back to his feet. Turns away from the challenge twice, and then picks out a peach of a ball. And yeah, Jamon Lyle is just leading back, just falling at the crucial moment. And in the end, he spoons it over the bar. And Donald Stewart there just escaping a hairy moment himself.
We're approaching the end of the first stanza. Jamaica College, they have a chance though. Lyle again. And the flag goes up for offside.
As we enter a minimum of 3 minutes to be adding on at the end of this first half. A first half dominated really by Jamaica College.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. Jamaica College. Charlie Smith, they'll have a lot to discuss when they go into the break. Jamaica College again trying to come forward, running that one out is Grant.
Yeah, Charlie Smith throw here, and it's a first half that definitely Eugene Williams, will have a lot to say about at halftime with his charges, but he'll be able to remind him that this JC team, well, they're not invincible. They can be vulnerable if you work your chances well enough. Charlie Smith haven't done so far in this half, but they won a free kick inside the center circle.
Yeah, Danville taking that free kick for them. As they have been doing all first half. Charlie Smith gave Jamaica College the possession. But luckily for them, they don't have to fight too hard to get it back. Drummond with the ball, not able to control it properly. And comes away with a corner for Charlie Smith. So potentially the final chance they have of at least pegging one back before the end of this first half. Of course, the man to deliver this one into the box, Dominic Barnes. He whips it in. That's a nice cross. Still some trouble there. Jamaica College able to get it away, and the whistle goes to mark the end of the first half, I think, as two players collide and they go down. It looks as if one of those players is Drummond for Charlie Smith, But yeah, that's the end of the first stanza.
Just take another look at it. Yeah, just a big coming together, big clash of heads between the two.
And Joshua King, the Jamaica College player who went down there, drumming. Also going down.
We're not quite done just yet. Actually, the referee, we thought that he'd blown up for half time, but I think he was just indicating for medical attention to come over. But I don't assume that we'll have much left at all, as we resume with the drop ball.
Yeah, there we go now. Confirmation, the end of the first half. This encounter at Stadium East. Quarterfinal action. In the Issa Schoolboy Football Manning Cup. It has been a story of two teams who are in a battle for different legacies. But right here, at this moment, the True Blue are large and in charge of this encounter. So far, they have much more to smile about. The boys from Charlie Smith, they haven't been as flawless as their record coming into this encounter in the knockout phase have suggests. But at the end of it, Jamaica College, they lead 2-0 at halftime.
Team, we need to pass the ball quicker, much quicker. And you need to make sure. I'm the coach. And I'm the assistant coach. No. Your job is to bring the water and keep us hydrated. Matter of fact, where's the water? I've got it, coach.
So tasty. What a catch with a caramel center. What a catch and so much chocolate. Ooh yeah, yeah, yeah. First it's crispy, then it's creamy, with so much chocolate, smooth and milky. And when you go a little deeper, it's like caramel. Ooh yeah, yeah, yeah. What a catch. Oh, 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 oh. What a catch. You know we love you. What a catch. Oh, 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 oh. First it's crispy, then it's creamy. What a catch.
This is Jamaica's season for giving thanks for what matters. It's the time to show up, be there for each other, and to feed our hope for a brighter tomorrow. Celebrate being together with a KFC festive feast. Get the new festive 9 bucket. Proceeds from each festive feast purchase go towards hurricane relief. KFC is finger licking good.
Top of the table clash in Zone A of the quarterfinals in the Manning Cup. Jamaica College, they're 2-0 leaders over Charlie Smith at halftime in this encounter at Stadium East. And this is how they've done it so far. And it has been dominance from them pretty much all game. This is where the first goal came from. Lovely piece of football there by Jamon Lyle, turning away from his marker and taking a shot. The bounce in front, Julius Clark just throwing him off and not able to grab onto that. And it trickled into the back of the net. That was 1-0 in the 6th minute. And they continued, of course, to dominate, but Charlie Smith did try to get back. Orlando Grant there with the first opportunity. Berger had a good chance, but some good keeping there from Clark. Kept it at 1-0 at that point. This is the closest that Charlie Smith has come to getting an equalizer. Crashing off the back post. Oh, I know he wished he could have bended that one a little more, but Jamaica College, they were able to throw Charlie Smith off their marks. Berger had a chance to take it 2-0 at that point, and after skipping, Clark skipped the post. That one was wide, and it stayed at 1-0. Charlie Smith, though, they tried to show sparks of dominance, sparks of intention, but it didn't work. Here is the second goal for Jamaica College. That first touch taking him away from the marker. Jabari Howell skips past the goalkeeper, and all that was left to do was tap it home, and he did so easily to make it 2-0. And that's how it would stay at halftime. Jamaica College had a chance to make it 3. They didn't stop there. They were thirsty for more goals. Howell played this one inside and laid it on a platter for Jamon Lyle, and he didn't eat that one. 6 shots, 3 on target for Jamaica College. They had 3 more shots and 2 more on target than Charlie Smith. They've had 1 more foul. No yellow cards shown in this one. No red cards either. Charlie Smith, they've had 3 corners, 2 more than Jamaica College. 1 offside for Jamaica College. They loaned 1 in this game so far, but the lion's share of possession has been with the True Blues. 57% to Charlie Smith's 43%. And the most important thing that matters, though, is Jamaica College with that 2-0 lead in halftime. Janae Robinson, what do you have for us?
And it's halftime here live at Stadium East. And for this halftime break, I have the chance of talking to the brand manager of Catch. Now, before we get into all of it, I'm seeing a lot of Catch everything around the stadium. Billboards, feather banners, and the girls are walking up and down in the stands. But as for you, the brand manager, how has it been so far, just coming on board with ISA and schoolboy football?
Okay, so we love what we've been seeing. We've been here at every match, really, catching the vibes, and we love how everyone's coming out. They are supporting their teams, the vibes in the stands. It's just really good to see.
Okay, lovely, lovely, lovely. You said the Catch vibes, which apparently is the slogan for Catch, right? And now we're getting to the business end of the season where we have the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and the finals where the vibes is going to be very prominent. As it speaks exactly, what are you looking forward to as we continue in the competition?
So I'm looking to see what the teams are coming with. So far, we're getting down to those nail-biting moments, seeing who is going to the quarters, who's going to the semis, and we're just really looking to see, everyone coming out and more excitement.
Okay, just for the fans that don't know, what are the ingredients in the catch? What is it similar to? How does it taste? Because fans, when you come to the match, trust when I tell you, say everywhere you turn, you see catch, everywhere you turn, you see the catch girl. So can you tell me what is in the catch, what you call it, chocolate bar?
Yeah, so it's a candy bar. We also have tablet bars in our catalog, but the catch is a candy bar, and I want to say it's similar to our Nuggle because there's no other product we can compare to other than the one and only Charles product. So it's similar to our Nuggle, but without peanuts.
Okay, lovely, lovely. We're going to get back to some football, but as for you, are you seeing any teams that you love so far? Or do you have any favorite teams that we can get a sneak peek and knowing?
Okay, so I don't want to be biased, but I'm a JC girl through and through.
Okay, well, this match is for you, right?
This one is for me.
All right. Well, there you have it. This is a halftime break and we're live at Stadium East. Back to more football.
St. Charles Merry Money Mania loan promotion. This Christmas, borrow big and win bigger. Get $1.5 million or $2 million in loans at special reduced rates, plus a chance to win your share of $1 million. And new customers get double entries. The promotion runs from October 15 and is now extended to January 30, 2026. Visit any Chris and Charles branch or chrisandcharles.com for details. Chris and Charles, making life merry again. Conditions apply. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
Let's where it all begins. The quest to become great. Inspired by those who went before them, these four boys dream of playing in the ISSA schoolboy football competitions.
Will you score this for Casey? Will you score? It's a shot, it's a goal!
And it's a shot, and it's a goal! And Casey has won the Manning Cup, and they will play Clarendon College in the Olivia Shield. And that's what you love to see. They may be rivals, but the camaraderie is what it's all about. Can't wait for the final.
When the bus the man, I want to watch my son play finals on CBM, you know.
But mums, you can't watch it on CBM website, man.
Boy, my son score, my son score, my son score, my son score.
Greatness begins here.
Every dream conquered is another dream gained. I land and I fly again like a jet plane. Headed straight in your direction, 'cause I'm wiser, one step closer. I'm winning 'cause I work so hard. And the music keeps on playing, and the people them I say we are my show tonight. Oh, what a feeling! Don't stop dreaming. Keep on believing in the power of the feeling. Whatever you want, take a chance. Song in your heart, step in your dance. You got a spark, don't put it down. Shine your lights on.
Yo, this is Governor representing of the CVM, you know. C-Tappen and CVM right now. Yeah.
The internationally acclaimed On Stage with Winfred Williams.
At a new time, Saturdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
So much more than entertainment.
Let's delve deep into the issues. We'll take you beneath the surface.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Orville Higgins, and it's another edition of Fan Central.
Talking to the people at the heart of the top sporting stories. Hear from your favorite sportsmen and women and the administrators who work tirelessly to make it all happen. It's live sports talk.
I've written an entire article.
Yeah.
Looking at all the major issues every Tuesday at 9 p.m. It's Fan Central. Where it all begins. The quest to become great.
Back here at Stadium East for the second half of this encounter, Zone A, the quarterfinals. Jamaica College up 2 against Charlie Smith. The top of the table clash this is, as I mentioned. Charlie Smith trying to find themselves early, trying to get themselves back into this game with a goal. Yeah, it has been a pretty dominant game from Jamaica College so far. And those 2 goals don't really quite tell the story of just how good they've been. Jamaica College could have easily been 3 or even 4. Oh, that's a bad foul. I'm sure that the first card will be shown here. Oh, very, very rough foul there from Eric Davey on Malik Bucknor. And yeah, the first card shown in this encounter.
Yeah, and I was just about to say that the opening 5 or so minutes will be crucial for JC, because it was in those opening stages of the last 2-0 lead that they had that they lost, that they really couldn't maintain control of the game. They have the ball now after that very late challenge. They're going to have to stay switched on in this game and look for that killer third goal.
Davey, who got the card there, just trying to pass that one away.
Charlie Smith High School in the 46th minute of play.
Yeah, confirmation of the yellow card for Davey. We don't want to have a yellow card against these JC attackers in the form that they've been in.
That one not cleared away properly though. Jamaica College now. That one left alone to run wide to Bucknor. Bucknor trying to get away from Davey. Davey does well. But Bucknor finds a way to get it back. Bucknor can supply. And it's a goal for Jamaica College. That's the third one. Lyle again. He now has 6 this season and 2 in this game.
I'll tell you what, JC now stamping their dominance, showing their class. And that second goal for Jamon Lyle, showing his class. He thought maybe Charlie Smith would have won the ball back, but good work from Buckner. And then the interplay with Berger, lovely ball across the box. I don't think Lyle actually caught it as sweetly as he would have liked. But the ball is in the back of the net and he won't care. The nonchalant celebration. And really and truly, Charlie Smith, as Jordan Ford said in our first game, there was a mountain to climb. There's certainly a mountain to climb now for Charlie Smith.
Yeah. 3 goals now. They were staring in the barrel of 2. But now an extra has been added to that. And it looks like every now that they have to get over. Not quite a good pass back there, but not much danger there for Jamaica College as it's dealt with. But Charlie Smith, they come out with possession. We're always trying to find Drummond inside. with that low cross, but doesn't get past the first man. Jamaica College on the break, trying to find a way through, searching for that fourth goal. They'll have to wait for it as Charlie Smith come away with possession.
Yeah, and JC going to be looking to strut their stuff now. Players will be filled with confidence. They've been, as we've both said on a few occasions, the better team this afternoon. Charlie Smith now has a heavy touch there.
Yeah.
Really heavy touch from Neil Drummond. Gives JC the goal kick, but again, this is a terrible team to go into a big deficit against this JC team, because we saw it in the first half. If you're not exceptional with your frontline press, they'll just knock the ball around you. Here with Donald Stewart and with King. And under very little pressure now from Charlie Smith, they'll look to play it forward. So I think some substitutions being prepared for JC. I might have caused out the corner of my eye, so we'll wait to see on those, but they have it back in play now.
Trying to find a way forward, Jamaica College, and not much pressure from Charlie Smith to press on them and get the ball away from them. Here's Buckner, who had the assist just now. Buckner, still him. Lyle was trying to find Berger. They go the other way now. Jamaica College still with it. Trying to find a way inside. He was stopped, Jabari Howell. Into the waiting arms of Julius Clark.
Yeah, they're just probing at the moment. JC have so much quality across the front line. At time Buckner combining with Berger. Lyle was in there as well, and you have to keep your head switched on if you're Charlie Smith, because if you go to sleep defensively, 3 can quickly turn into 4.
Yeah, Charlie Smith. They came into this game hoping that they could ease some of the pressure off of them and at least book their spot into the semi-finals early. That's not to be. Jamaica College keeping with the script that we've seen so far in 6 of the last 7 games that they've played against each other. Wins without Charlie Smith being able to score against them. Just 1 draw in the last 7 encounters these two teams have. So, time now for some changes. First change for Jamaica College. Dante Logan, the captain, comes out and he'll be replaced by Carey Senior. And Joshua King, we'll say goodbye to him for this evening, and Jaheim Hall will replace him.
Yeah, fresh legs for JC.
Number 17, Dante Logan, is replaced by...
And Logan, the captain, being replaced. And Charlie Smith just tried to take that free kick while the substitution was still being made from JC, and in the end, the attempt at catching them unawares went begging, and it's actually going to be a JC goal kick here. He's taken short. Go to this left side for Dejani Thompson. Again under very little pressure, and they look to play through the lines, but it's won back well by Charlie Smith. Again, as they've done so often till they give it back to JC, but really good work rate though.
Charlie Smith not able to get into the box how they wanted to. They need to figure out a way around this Jamaica College defense. They haven't been able to walk it into the box to get a shot on goal as they've liked Charlie Smith, as they're accustomed doing. So now they have to find creative ways to get shots off. They've only had 3 so far in this game. Only 1 was on target. This one squared in and falls to no one.
Yeah, and that was one of the first times in this game that we saw Charlie Smith press JC high and actually get the jump on them, pinch the ball high up the pitch, want it back inside, deep inside the JC half. And in the end, they had the opportunity to cross into the box, but that time, the final action not good enough. But if you want to press this JC team, as I thought, maybe they nicked it in there. But if you want to press them, you have to be committed. And here we see what we've seen for most of this game, where there's one man pressing and then it immediately falls off. And then JC, all you need to do is beat one man, and now you're into the Charlie Smith half. Well, he had to beat a couple there, and he's been scythed down.
Foul on the Johnny Thompson there. Jamaica College large and in charge in this encounter. Playing comfortably. Thompson easily passes the midfield, tries to serve Berger. That pass was cut away.
Yeah, there's so much space for JC to play into at the moment, and you see they tried to go direct to Berger that time, and frustration for Buckner on this near side, because if they work it well enough, the gap between Charlie Smith's defense and midfield, I mean, it's so wide at the moment. And with the quality that JC have, if they're able to get their danger man into that space, you have to assume that they might have more opportunities to add to this scoreline.
Let's see what Jamaica College can do here. Howell on the ball. Jamaica College as patient as you ever see them. Howell. Good ball over. Jabari Howell. That's blue blood football. Precise, patient, and punishing. 4-0, Jamaica College.
Into double digits this season now. Jabari Howell, his second goal of the game. His first was brilliant. His second one, not quite up to the standard, the lofty standard that he set, but he skipped away from one challenge to the edge of the box, and there was just too much power on the strike for Charlie Smith's goalkeeper Clark. And Jabari Howell, I mean, we spoke about Jamon Lyle pre-match, but he's really been the star of the show so far this afternoon. And if we didn't already feel like this game was over as a contest, surely now 4-0 up. JC in command, strutting their stuff, and they look like the team to beat in the Manning Cup at the moment. Still a bit early to say it, but
yeah, we saw 4 goals already this evening. Glenmuir High, they won by 4-0 in the DaCosta Cup as well today. Jamaica College saying that they can do it too.
Still so much time to play, as more fantastic footwork. That time it was Buckner, and he's taken down. And in terms of looking at the group now, Buckner is not happy at all with Devontae Wilson of Charlie Smith. But not too much bad blood there. But looking at the group now, this 4-goal win would take, the referee having a word with his assistant, this 4-0 win would take JC onto 6 points, take them into the semi-final. And just want to look and see what exactly is happening here with the referee. But so far, JC, if this result stands, booking their place in the semi-final. As I said, Charlie Smith going into the final game of the quarterfinals, they would be going in needing a result, because not only is the loss damaging, but the goal difference here There would be, as things stand, they're on -3 goal difference. So if results were to not go their way, and they end up level on points at the end of the quarterfinals, losing by this heavy a defeat could be damaging. But JC, I mean, so far, from what we've seen of them this season, this is my second time watching them live and exclusive on CVM TV. They look much improved from that Mona game. As we have a break in play here. And some substitutions coming for Charlie Smith and for JC as well. Player coming in for Charlie Smith, Adrian Fisher, as well as Isaiah Lee coming on in place of Neo Drummond. And we will also just confirm these JC substitutions as they happen.
Yeah. Bringing in the changes. Both teams as they look to, in the case of Jamaica College, extend their lead. In the case of Charlie Smith, trying to get on the score sheet.
Yeah, another player coming on for Charlie Smith was Tashawn Reed, number 18, in place of Pringle. And for JC, 2 substitutions. Their number 9, Keshawn Lee Chin, entering the fray, as well as their number 5, Rayshawn Edwards. Keshawn Lee Chin, their joint top goal scorer on 11 goals. So it's the last thing you want to see if you're Charlie Smith, a man of his quality coming into the fray.
Play restarts now.
And it goes to show once again, I mentioned it a couple of times, the sheer quality, the talent that's in this JC squad, that they were commanding in this game, 4-0 up and able still to bring their top scorer off the bench. It shows the strength in numbers, the strength in depth that they have. And it really shows what type of quality you need if you're to go toe-to-toe and try and beat this JC team. Mona nearly did it, but the champion spirit in this JC squad held on for that 2-all draw, and now showing more than just spirit, as confirmation of Jamon Lyle was one of those players going off, as well as Donald Stewart. So 1 change in the attack, 1 in the defense for JC, and they nearly played themselves into some danger, but work it well enough and now can hook it away. And I mean, even though, well, I'm hesitant to ever say that a game is over in football when there's 30 minutes to play, but 4-0 up, we feel that even though this game is maybe over as a contest, as I mentioned, goal difference does have a part to play. This quarterfinal phase in the Manning Cup is set up as a group, so Charlie Smith still have a need to go forward in this game. They still have a need to go out and try and get a goal that may help them going into the final game of this quarterfinal of the Manning Cup stage. And they continue to try and work things here.
That chance there for Jamaica College out. Lee Chin was trying to get behind that quickly.
And JC will play their final game of the quarterfinal stage against Heidel next time out, while Charlie Smith will go face to face with Excelsior. And no easy games left in this competition. Every team having quality, well coached. But JC showing more of the quality here as they come forward once more.
Chin on this one. Not able to get past the defender there for Charlie Smith. And then you try to play it forward. Too much on that one, and it should fall safely to Dennis. Comes off his line to collect.
And you hear Raymond Watson or members of the JC bench shout of play, play, play. Trying to come forward maybe and add to this lead, as that's fantastic work on the far side. Chin is in the box. The pass is going to come all the way through.
Jamaica College still trying to find a way to add to their lead. Buckner could have easily passed that one.
And again, we've seen that far too often where Charlie Smith, when they have an opportunity maybe to come away on the counter attack, they try and boot the ball along, but there's nobody there up the pitch to latch onto it. And this one could quickly turn into an attack versus defense drill, because Charlie Smith at the moment don't look like they're able to fashion much chances. But JC, as I said, a team that like to play out. Here is another example of that. Teams that are always able to be caught out if you press them well enough. So maybe that's the avenue of opportunity for Charlie Smith, as we still have so much time left to play in this game. 65 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, but 5 minutes past the hour mark. So not much time left in this one, and Charlie Smith there still 4 goals behind, and that would have been a lovely pass through to Chin. Charlie Smith not doing well in keeping the ball away from Jamaica College, but here they have a chance to create something. Low cross into the box. Tries to shoot, and that's a good save from Dennis, and the follow-up is over the bar. And the substitute, Tashawn Reed, wasn't able to clean up that one.
And the flag stayed down. Referee pointing for a goal kick. And it's a really good first time cross. Good strength shown initially. Good first save, but I tell you what, from that position, Tashawn Reed has to be hitting the target. Anthony Bryan initially with the first strike. First time we've really had to say his name today. Good save, but yeah, Reed from that position. Yes, it came at him quickly, but you certainly have to hit the target. And JC let off with just a warning that time.
Another warning that they probably have yielded. Chin. Losing it. Isaiah Lee, the substitute, got his first touch on the ball. Foul called there on Damian Danville. Jamaica College still have possession. It seems JC are very comfortable with how they can play against Charlie Smith. They do have the space, as you've mentioned over and over, Lyle, so they are allowed to do whatever they want to when they get possession.
We keep giving against Buckner and JC that time, and they take it quickly. And here's Grant. Maybe a chance to strike it from distance, but instead he's unselfish. Tries to find a teammate, and maybe that time wasn't the best option as JC win it back.
Chance for Jamaica College to reset. Do what they do best, to play the ball from the back. Yeah, they lose out there. And just has been the story of this entire encounter, Charlie Smith give possession right back to Jamaica College.
Yeah, and it was an uncharacteristic error from Jabari Howell. Just took his eye off the ball, and maybe that's indicative of the of the spirit at the moment for Charlie Smith, because that was a golden opportunity. You win the ball back unexpectedly, high up the pitch, and you really just spurned the chance. And now JC can look to spread things forward. It's a gorgeous ball over the top.
Berger, first touch is good. He's pressured though by Danville, who does well to strip him of possession. Goal kicking again for Charlie Smith.
Yeah, that's the trap that you can set yourself if you're Charlie Smith. You were pressing up high up the pitch, maybe looking for a chance to win the ball back again, and then a gorgeous pass over the top of your defense is nearly undoing, as Berger that time couldn't keep a hold of it. Now another chance maybe for Charlie Smith to come forward on this near side, but well, I was about to say good defending from JC, but the referee says Isaiah Lee was fouled. Free kick for Charlie Smith. A rare free kick in the second half for them, and they don't take that opportunity to go into the box. They go short.
And then someone has run out, and it's a goal kick for the leaders. Yeah, disappointing day for Charlie Smith, and still have 20 minutes to play, but yeah, this not trying to. I mean, we aren't seeing the same intensity that we saw at the start of the game. That's quite clear.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're 4 goals down, and I think players can tell when they've been second best, and in every facet of this game, JC have been the better team. They've defended well. As we know, pretty much with any team they play, they'll probably be the better team in terms of passing, possession, keeping a hold of the ball. They're probably the best team I've seen in the competition this season when it comes to keeping things ticking, just keeping a hold of possession. But crucially today, they've made the most of the possession. They've created clear-cut chances from it, and they've had moments of absolute magic, especially from Jabari Howell, who today has scored one of the goals of the season. And if you're just joining us, I'm very sorry that you missed it, because it's a brilliant solo run. But overall, I think Charlie Smith, now you can see that the heads have dropped. They're still coming forward though, but overall they've been well beaten, but maybe they can get some consolations in. But JC defended well that time, not well enough to prevent the corner kick though, so an opportunity for Charlie Smith and Anthony Bryan maybe to get a ball into the box. As the floodlights are on, as Sadam East and nightfall well and truly approaching. There's actually going to be another set of substitutions here for JC.
They're ringing in the changes, Jamaica College, and showing that all of the players can get some game time.
Yeah, Khalil Harriott and Delaje McCormack, the 2 players coming on. And there will be, well, he deserves a standing ovation, Jabari Howell, for his performance today. He's one of the players going off. And it's been really and truly, there's nothing of superlatives to describe his play today. Exceptional in possession and crucially lethal in front of goal this evening. And now opportunity for JC to get maybe some of their fringe players some minutes, as this game is over as a contest, and JC looking to make matters even worse for Charlie Smith, but that time they couldn't fashion anything from it.
Charlie Smith can only watch Jamaica College play freely.
And they lost out again there, Charlie Smith. It was their number 18 who lost the ball. That's Sashawn Reed. There's Reed again with a chance to clear, and he does, but only as far as a player in a dark blue shirt. Confirmation that Devontae Allen was the other player to come off, so 2 substitutions in midfield for JC. And a chance now for Buckner to drive through midfield, but one back well by Charlie Smith. And they can look to potentially spread and spray a counter-attack. But again, JC doing their defensive duties expertly. And it's only going to be a throw-in for Charlie Smith.
Charlie Smith still have a chance to at least get one back. They'll try giving possession away momentarily, but they luckily get it back. They keep trying to get through. Not able to freely get into the 18-yard box how they would want to. Charlie Smith. Jamaica College though, flawless, fluid, precise, finesse. That's been their game. We're seeing more of it here as they try to get a fifth. Charlie Smith, can they hold that composure and get on the score sheet? Here they are.
Ball into the box for Charlie Smith, headed away by Jamaica College, and again, acres of room now, and a ball in behind potentially, and a chance for JC.
Jamaica College have a chance to go forward, and that one only played into the waiting hands of Clark. The substitute, McCormack, had a glorious chance there to take his team forward.
Yeah, just didn't quite have enough pace to get across his defender that time. He was put under pressure, and in the end his shot was scuffed. Didn't get clean enough contact on it as Charlie Smith tried and come forward, and again at that crucial moment JC win it back, and it's really been a matter of the final ball not really being there for Charlie Smith this afternoon as their keeper comes out, but he leaves it to his central defender Damani Danville. But haven't had that cutting edge Charlie Smith this afternoon. It's been a struggle for Anthony Bryan. He's really not been able to get into this game at all. 12 goals this season for him in 14 games. This now is 15th as Charlie Smith have a player down inside the center circle, and JC aren't obligated to stop the game here, but the referee nonetheless will pause things and allow for treatment here to be given. It looks like Orlando Grant who's down. And we'll have a slight break in play.
I know Charlie Smith would be, instead of showing that fight, would be praying that the whistle would go. Still have 13 minutes plus stoppages to play. But it has been a tough game for them, Charlie Smith, as Orlando Grant, who hasn't been his usual dominant self, and that man Eugene Williams, who has been begging his boys to just show some fight and show some aggression and show that they want to be here. Passion is what he preaches. He says the history that he's so intimate with, winning Charlie Smith's first Manny Cup title all the way back in 1988, sparking a pretty golden era in the 90s for them. They won 2 more titles, or they haven't won in 30 years. Come pretty close, closest in 2014 with a final appearance against Jamaica College, who continue to haunt this Charlie Smith team. It continues.
JC try and come forward, but that time it's out of play for a Charlie Smith throw. And a substitution here as Grant is unable to continue as he's replaced by Isaac Brown of Charlie Smith. Charlie Smith maybe thought they'd want it back initially, but JC immediately back in possession of the ball, but now they've given it away in the middle of the park. And coming up on 10 minutes to play in this one. It's been all JC all evening, start to finish. And again, they look to play things out from the back, and again, it's composed and cool under pressure as they evade the Charlie Smith press.
Yeah, Charlie Smith again showing Jamaica College on that occasion with a rare mistake, and Charlie Smith can try to do something with it. They want a consolation goal here. They wouldn't be satisfied with a clean sheet for Jamaica College. They'll at least want to create something for themselves, and that's a good ball inside the box. But no one there to put it away. And the Adrian Fisher was the man trying to keep that one inside for Charlie Smith, but wasn't able to do so. So Jamaica College, they get back possession. Yeah, quiet game for Charlie Smith. They started so well. They looked like they wanted it, and as soon as the second goal came, we saw a shift in the attitude. They did have their pockets of chances as Jamaica College come forward now. What can they do here? This one is squared and nothing comes of it.
Actually took a nick, so it's going to be a late JC corner. As a substitute, McCormack comes across to take, and we have another JC sub as Kanye Douglas comes onto the pitch.
Yeah, Malik Buckner, he comes out, and the substitution made for JC. They've been ringing in their changes.
There's a chance for Charlie Smith coming down the other end. Once again, they give it away at the crucial moment, and JC and their coach Raymond Watson will be desperate for this clean sheet. They'll want to ensure that the scoreline remains unblemished for them.
Jamaica College now just taking it easy. They're trying to limit the mistakes, obviously, while still searching for that fifth goal. Charlie Smith, clearance. Right back to Dennis. And JC keep possession as they can sense a chance to go forward. The semi-finals is calling Jamaica College, and they would want to answer that call as soon as possible. Remember, both teams came into this undefeated.
In the final moments of this game being played out as a formality, Charlie Smith still in possession, but maybe looking again for that potential consolation. But the through ball is a poor one. It's too heavy and it's into the grateful feet of Dennis, who doesn't even bother picking it up. He just plays it out wide for Senior. And again, JC will just look to calm things down and see out the rest of this game. But they've got an opportunity here to come down this right side. It's a heavy touch at the crucial moment from Harriet. Possession back in the hands of Charlie Smith, who, as I said, even with the damaging result, still isn't the end of the line just yet for them. It was a win in their final game would see them into the semi-finals. JC still on it. Ball out wide here for Senior. Wants to play the ball into the middle of the park in acres of room for JC. And the final ball that time, a bit too much on it. As I said, it's seems like just a bit of a game being played at a training game pace now. JC nearly won it back. Charlie Smith still keep a hold of it.
Charlie Smith now. Still again, nothing seems to be going right for them.
JC give it away though. Again, it's only a momentary lapse, and again, they look to drive away, but now Charlie Smith have numbers potentially.
Here's Charlie Smith trying to create something out of nothing. That's a pretty decent pass there to Danville, who still has possession. Was able to force Jamaica College to give them a throw. It's just a matter of keeping Charlie Smith out of their box now, Jamaica College. They have completely dropped their tempo, but they haven't lost their concentration because they are defending quite well. Jamaica College, they come forward now. What can they make of this one? Trying to get around this man there is Isaac Brown. Or rather, Kanye Douglas, the substitute. Danville pressured into escorting that one out of bounds. Jamaica College just easing as we approach the 90 minutes.
And just a reminder for our viewers, JC's next game is against Heidel. As they come forward and they will win a corner kick. That game on the 13th of December. Charlie Smith will clash with Excelsior on the same day at Excelsior. So they'll have to go away from home and beat a good Excelsior team. And that's where this result leaves us after 2 games in the quarterfinals. Excelsior and Heidel obviously playing out their fixture.
The fourth official has indicated a minimum of 2.
And we'll have 2 minutes added on at the end of this game as corner kick is swung into a dangerous area. JC still have it. And Charlie Smith can eventually get things clear.
Charlie Smith still doing all that they can to try to find that one goal and give them some consolation. It's always crucial to have some kind of momentum going into your final game, no matter what's left to play for. A loss that does give them a hard hit, but it doesn't expel them from the competition. So they'll be hoping that they can at least get on the score sheet so they aren't too demoralized when they head into their final game of the quarterfinals. That one swung inside, had 3 to aim for, but not landing to any of them. Charlie Smith still hoping, still wishing, still passionate. So about 30 seconds left before potential final whistle. And there goes the final whistle on a night where passion burned bright. It is history that stands tallest. Jamaica College, decades of pedigree, generations of champions, a tradition carved into Jamaican schoolboy football, have overpowered Charlie Smith, winning this one. Charlie Smith, they came with spirit, they came with energy, but in the end, it's history who stood firm. And tonight, the Dark Blues write another proud chapter in their legacy. 4-0 winners against Charlie Smith as they march into the semifinals. Let's look at how they got it done. Started with this goal, a phenomenal bit of football by Jamon Lyle, twisting and turning, and decided to go for the shot, and it worked out in their favor. It was 1-0 in the 6th minute. Charlie Smith, they had a few chances of their own. This was the first one, and that one kicked right to Michelle Dennis. Berger, he was obviously the go-to man for Jamaica College, and he didn't supply much for them. That was his first attempt. This was another one that he had that should have gone into the back of the net to make it 2-0, but it didn't work out. Charlie Smith were not able to clear this one, create anything from this one, and Jabari Howell, with that first touch, was able to create something spectacular, dancing past one, getting past the goalkeeper, and into the back of the net. That was his 8th of the season. And so it continued. Jamaica College, it was all them from there. Another lovely bit of football. This one coming in from Howell. Trying to find Lyle, and he wasn't able to bury that one. Should have been 3 before the half. Second half now. And about 5 minutes in the 49th minute, Jamaica College had their third. Again, that man, Jamal Lyle, who finished with 2 in this game. And that wasn't all. Jabari Howell, who also had 2 in this game, completed his brace in the 57th minute with that good goal there. Charlie Smith, they were pretty much demoralized by that time, and their best chance of the night, they saw it going sailing over the net. And Jamaica College, even though they weren't able to put this one away, it didn't matter because in the end, 4-0, they came out with a victory and they were able to march into the semi-finals. 11 shots, they had 7 on target versus Charlie Smith's 5 with 2 on target. They had 2 more fouls, Jamaica College, 7 to Charlie Smith's 5, and the only card shown in this one went to Charlie Smith. They had 1 more corner than Jamaica College, and the only outside in this encounter, Jamaica College came out with that one, and they also had the lion's share of possession, 59% to 41, but in the end, all that matters is 4-0 Jamaica College. So that all but confirms their spot in the semi-finals. Jamaica College, they have 2 wins from 2 matches. They have 1 more to play against Heidel, which means that Charlie Smith, who aren't out of it, would have to depend on a result against Excelsior when they meet in Zone B. Eltham High, who were winners as well against Vauxhall. 2-0 winners. They confirmed their spot as well. Stats, who got a win here earlier today against Calabar High, are 1 step closer. Vauxhall and Calabar, who are out, they trail in Zone B. So that's it here from Stadium East. Schoolboy football. We'll be back. Of course, we can't leave you without showing you our top striker, Jabari Howell. He had 2 goals today. This was a magical first goal, creating something out of nothing, showing skill, class, finesse, control, temperament. He was on today. This was his second. Goals coming in the 41st and 57th minute. Another touch of class. Something embodied by the True Blues. Yeah, he's a top striker. Well, we'll see you next time. Bye-bye for now.